Welcome, adventurers. Tonight, beneath the flickering torchlight of our grand hall, we gather to share legendary tales from distant realms, stories of magic, monsters, and mighty heroes, to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we cross into the veil of slumber, take a moment to cast a support spell, smash the like button, and join our growing adventuring party by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what realm you're watching from. Whether you're tuning in from Waterdeep, the Sword Coast, or a cozy tavern in California, share your location in the comments below. Your presence strengthens our fellowship and helps our magical community grow ever stronger. Now, the dice have been rolled, and the time for storytelling has come. Get in a comfortable position, dim the lights, and let the journey begin. Chapter 1. The Dawn of Magic. In the beginning, there was void. Not emptiness, but potential so vast and concentrated that reality itself had not yet found form to contain it. From this primordial chaos, the first sparks of what mortals would one day call magic ignited, burning with the intensity of newborn stars and the mystery of dreams yet undreamed. These were not gentle flames, but wild torrents of pure creation and destruction, dancing together in an eternal spiral that would shape all things to come. Before gods walked among mortals, before the first word of power was spoken by thinking beings, magic existed as the fundamental force from which all existence would eventually spring. It was not tool or weapon, not blessing or curse, but the very essence of possibility itself, raw, untamed, and infinitely dangerous to any who might dare to touch its burning core. The cosmic forces that would later be named and categorized by scholars moved through the earliest days of creation like titans striding across an endless battlefield. Order and chaos, locked in their eternal dance, each seeking dominance over the other, neither realizing that their struggle itself was the engine that drove all change, all growth, all hope and despair that would follow in the ages yet to come. From the plane of positive energy, waves of pure creation surged forth, bringing life and light and the fierce joy of existence into being. Against this tide of genesis, the negative energy plane responded with its own dark gift, the certainty of ending, the promise that all things born must eventually return to the void from whence they came. Between these two absolutes, the material plane took shape, a realm where both forces could meet and mingle, creating the delicate balance that would allow for mortal life to flourish. The elemental planes contributed their own voices to this cosmic symphony. Fire brought passion and transformation, the burning need to change and grow that would drive all ambition. Water offered flow and adaptation, the ability to find new paths when old ones were blocked. Earth provided stability and endurance, the foundation upon which great works could be built to last through the turning of ages. Air brought movement and freedom, the restless spirit that would never be content with things as they are. In those earliest days, magic was not bound by the rules and limitations that would later constrain mortal spellcasters. It flowed like an endless river through the developing cosmos, shaping reality according to patterns so complex and beautiful that even the gods who would eventually emerge from this primordial soup could only glimpse fragments of the greater design. The weave, that divine tapestry which would one day channel and control magical energies, did not yet exist. Magic simply was, in all its terrifying glory. The first beings to harness these primal forces were not mortals, but entities of such power and alien nature that their names have been forgotten, their very existence scrubbed from the memory of creation itself. Some say they were the architects of the multiverse, cosmic engineers, who used raw magic to build the framework upon which all realities would hang. Others whisper that they were parasites, feeding on the energy of creation until their hunger grew so vast that the universe itself rose up to cast them down into oblivion. What is known is that these primordial wielders of magic left behind echoes of their power, resonances that still pulse through the deepest foundations of reality. When a mortal mage reaches the highest levels of arcane mastery, sometimes they catch glimpses of these ancient patterns, seeing for just a moment the true scope of what magic once was before it was tamed and channeled into the forms that modern civilization recognizes. As the cosmos settled into more stable patterns, the raw chaos of primordial magic began to differentiate into distinct schools and disciplines. Evocation emerged as the most direct expression of magical force, the art of shaping energy into forms that could heal or harm, create or destroy. Transmutation arose from the fundamental truth that all things could be changed, that reality itself was fluid and malleable to those with sufficient will and knowledge. Enchantment developed as a reflection of the deep connections between all conscious beings, the invisible threads that bind mind to mind across the vast distances of space and time. Divination flowered from the understanding that past, present, and future were not separate things but different faces of a single eternal moment, accessible to those who learned to see beyond the limitations of linear time. Conjuration grew from the realization that distance was merely an illusion, that with proper technique, any object or being could be brought from there to here, from then to now. Illusion acknowledged the power of perception, the truth that reality was at least partly dependent on the observer, and that changing how things appeared could be as effective as changing what they actually were. Necromancy, perhaps the most feared of all magical schools, emerged from the cosmic balance between life and death, positive and negative energy. It was not originally an evil art, but simply recognition of the fundamental truth that death was as natural and necessary as birth, and that understanding both sides of this cycle was essential to mastering the deepest mysteries of existence. Abjuration developed last, born from the growing awareness that magic itself could be dangerous, that power without restraint led inevitably to catastrophe. The first abjurers were not cowards seeking to hide from magic's dangers, but wise guardians who understood that even the most beneficial forces could become destructive if allowed to run unchecked. As these schools of magic crystallized into recognizable forms, they began to attract the attention of the emerging pantheon of gods. These divine beings, themselves born from the interactions of cosmic forces, recognized in magic both a tool and a threat. Some gods, like Mystra, chose to embrace and guide magical development, becoming patrons and protectors of those who sought to understand and use these ancient powers. Others, seeing the potential for mortals to achieve godlike abilities through magical mastery, sought to limit or control access to the most dangerous knowledge. The tension between divine and arcane magic was established in these earliest ages, a fundamental conflict that would echo through all subsequent history. Divine magic flowed from the gods to their chosen servants, carrying with it the safety of divine wisdom, but also the limitation of divine will. Arcane magic, by contrast, could be seized directly from the underlying forces of creation, offering unlimited potential at the cost of unlimited risk. This dichotomy would shape the development of magical traditions for millennia to come. Clerics, paladins, and other divine spellcasters would always be constrained by their relationship with their patron deities, their power conditional on their faith and obedience. Wizards, sorcerers, and other arcane practitioners would face no such limitations, but would also lack the divine protection that shielded their counterparts from magic's most dangerous consequences. The earliest mortal civilizations to discover magic found themselves simultaneously blessed and cursed by their newfound power. Magic offered solutions to problems that had plagued their ancestors for countless generations. Disease could be cured with a touch. Crops could be made to grow in barren soil. Enemies could be defeated without ever drawing sword or bow. But magic also brought new forms of conflict, new ways for ambition and hatred to manifest themselves in the world. The first magical wars were not fought with armies of soldiers, but with individual archmages hurling spells of such devastating power that entire landscapes were reshaped by their conflicts. Mountain ranges rose where valleys had been, seas boiled away to become deserts, and forests of crystal grew where living woods had once stood. These early practitioners had access to magical techniques that would later be lost or forbidden, spells that could alter the fundamental nature of reality itself. As magical knowledge spread and evolved, patterns began to emerge that would define the relationship between mortals and magic for ages to come. Those who sought power for its own sake invariably found that power corrupted them, transforming heroes into tyrants and wise scholars into mad destroyers. Those who approached magic with humility and respect often found that their restraint was rewarded with deeper understanding and more sustainable abilities. The concept of magical schools and formal training emerged from the recognition that raw talent alone was not sufficient to master the arcane arts. The first magical academies were founded not to create more powerful wizards, but to create wiser ones, institutions dedicated to teaching not just how to cast spells, but when and why such casting was appropriate. These early schools established traditions and principles that would endure for thousands of years. The importance of study and preparation, the need for moral guidance alongside technical instruction, the understanding that magical knowledge carried with it tremendous responsibility. All of these concepts were forged in the crucible of those first tentative attempts to systematize the teaching of magic. Yet for all their wisdom and caution, these early magical practitioners could not prevent the tragedies that seemed to follow inevitably in magic's wake. Every generation produced its quota of ambitious fools who believed they could master forces beyond mortal comprehension, and every generation paid the price for such hubris in blood and sorrow. The fall of the first great magical civilization serves as a cautionary tale that echoes through all subsequent history. Their name is lost to time, their cities buried beneath miles of twisted landscape, but the lesson of their destruction remains clear. Magic is not a servant to be commanded, but a force to be respected, approached with humility and wielded with wisdom. As we trace the long arc of magical history from these primordial beginnings to the present day, we see the same patterns repeating again and again. Each age believes it has finally learned to master magic safely. Each generation convinces itself that it can avoid the mistakes of its predecessors. Yet the fundamental truth remains unchanged. Magic is power, and power reveals the true nature of those who wield it. In the dawn of magic we see reflected all the glories and tragedies that would follow. The same forces that could heal the sick and feed the hungry could also level cities and twist the very fabric of reality into nightmarish new forms. The same knowledge that offered mortals a glimpse of godhood also carried with it the seeds of their own destruction. Perhaps this is magic's greatest lesson, that power without wisdom is meaningless, that knowledge without restraint leads inevitably to ruin, and that the greatest victories are often won not by those who can work the mightiest spells, but by those who know when not to cast them at all. In the end, the dawn of magic was not just the beginning of a new age of wonder and possibility, but also the beginning of a long education in the price that must be paid for reaching beyond the limitations of mortal existence. Chapter 2. The Age of Creators. Power corrupts, but absolute power reveals the darkness that was always there, waiting in the shadows of the soul. In the annals of magical history, few truths ring more clearly than this. Those who reach the highest peaks of arcane mastery inevitably discover that the view from the summit shows them not the promised land of infinite possibility, but the abyss of their own unlimited ambition. The Age of Creators stands as the most magnificent and terrible testament to this eternal truth, an epoch when mortal civilizations touched the very foundations of reality, and in doing so, authored their own spectacular destruction. When the first organized magical societies arose from the chaos of the primordial era, they carried with them dreams of perfection that would define and doom them in equal measure. These were not mere kingdoms or empires, but attempts to create heaven itself upon the material plane, utopias where magic would solve every problem, answer every question, and elevate mortal existence to heights previously reserved for the gods themselves. The tragedy of their failure echoes still through the ruins they left behind, a warning carved in shattered stone and twisted metal for all who would follow in their footsteps. Netheril stands first among these fallen giants, the crown jewel of magical civilization whose very name has become synonymous with both ultimate achievement and ultimate hubris. In the time before its fall, when the floating cities drifted serenely through endless skies and archmages wielded spells of such power that they could reshape continents with a gesture, Netheril represented the absolute pinnacle of what mortal magic could accomplish. Its scholars had unlocked secrets that made them peer to the gods. Its artificers had created wonders that defied the very laws of nature, and its rulers commanded forces that could create or destroy entire worlds. The Empire's origins lay in the discovery of the Nether Scrolls, ancient artifacts containing magical knowledge from the dawn of creation itself. These scrolls, written in the hand of beings whose names are lost to time, contained not merely spells but the fundamental principles underlying all magic, the raw equations that governed how reality could be manipulated and reshaped. To the ambitious arcanists who first decoded their mysteries, the scrolls represented nothing less than the keys to godhood itself. At first, the knowledge gleaned from the scrolls seemed to offer only benefits to those wise enough to use it properly. The early Netherese mages used their growing power to heal the sick, protect their lands from monsters, and create abundance where once there had been scarcity. Their floating cities, held aloft by magic so subtle and complex that it seemed effortless, became centers of learning and culture that drew pilgrims from across the known world. Art, literature, and philosophy flourished in these aerial paradises, supported by magical systems that eliminated want and freed the human spirit to pursue higher purposes. Yet even in those golden days, signs of the corruption to come were visible to those with eyes to see. The division between the High Netherese, who lived in the floating cities and devoted themselves to magical pursuits, and the Low Netherese, who remained bound to earth and labored to support their elevated brethren, created a social stratification that no amount of magical prosperity could truly justify. The arcanists who ruled from their sky-bound palaces grew increasingly distant from the concerns of ordinary mortals, viewing those below not as fellow humans deserving of compassion, but as resources to be managed and exploited. The highest ranks of Netherese society became obsessed with the pursuit of ever greater magical power, competing among themselves to create spells of unprecedented scope and complexity. What began as friendly rivalry between scholars gradually transformed into something darker, a hunger for dominance that could never be satisfied no matter how many new heights were scaled. The most ambitious among them began to speak openly of challenges that had once been whispered only in the deepest chambers of the most secret magical societies: the overthrow of the gods themselves. Karsus, whose name would become forever linked with Netheril's downfall, embodied this fatal combination of genius and arrogance in its most concentrated form. Born into a world where the impossible had become routine, where magic could accomplish anything that human will could conceive, he grew to maturity, believing that there were no limits, save those imposed by insufficient knowledge or inadequate power. The very existence of the gods seemed to him not a natural order to be respected, but a challenge to be overcome, a final barrier standing between humanity and its rightful destiny as masters of all creation. His great work, the spell that would forever bear his name and forever curse his memory, represented the culmination of Netherese magical theory taken to its logical extreme. Karsus's avatar was designed to do what no mortal had ever attempted: to steal the divine power of a god and claim it for himself. Not content to merely rival the gods or to bargain with them as equals, Karsus sought to replace one of them entirely, to become not just a wielder of divine magic, but a divine being in truth. The target he chose for this unprecedented theft was Mistral, the goddess of magic herself, believing in his supreme arrogance that by claiming her portfolio, he would gain dominion over all magical power in existence. For one brief, shining moment, his spell succeeded beyond his wildest dreams. The divine essence of the goddess flowed into his mortal frame, elevating him to heights of power that no human had ever experienced. For that single, perfect instant, Karsus truly was a god, with all the knowledge and authority that such a status entailed. But mortal flesh, no matter how enhanced by magic, was never meant to contain the infinite complexity of divine consciousness. The very success of his spell became the instrument of his destruction, as the overwhelming flood of cosmic awareness shattered his mind and soul like a crystal struck by lightning. In his brief moment of godhood, Karsus gained enough understanding to realize the true scope of his error, and to understand that it was already far too late to undo what he had done. The death of Mistral sent shockwaves through the very fabric of reality. The weave, that divine tapestry which channeled and controlled all magical energy, convulsed and tore as its creator and sustainer, was suddenly removed from existence. For a terrifying instant, all magic across every plane of existence simply ceased to function, leaving mages powerless and magical constructs collapsing into mundane matter. The floating cities of Netheril, held aloft for centuries by the gentle touch of perfectly controlled magic, suddenly found themselves subject once again to the harsh dictates of gravity. The fall of the cities was not quick, but it was inexorable. One by one, these marvels of magical engineering plummeted from the skies, their protective wards failing, their levitation enchantments sputtering and dying. The impact of their destruction could be felt across continents, as tons of stone and metal crashed to earth with the force of falling stars. Cities that had housed millions were reduced to crater-filled wastelands in a matter of hours, their accumulated treasures scattered to the winds, and their accumulated knowledge lost forever beneath tons of rubble. Yet the physical destruction was only the beginning of Netheril's true tragedy. When Mystra, the new goddess who arose to replace the fallen Mistral, restored the weave and brought magic back into the world, she did so with new restrictions and limitations designed to prevent any repetition of Karsus's folly. The most powerful spells, those of the 10th level and beyond, which had been the province of the greatest Netherese archmages, were forever banned from mortal use, their knowledge locked away in divine vaults that no earthly power could breach. The survivors of Netheril's fall found themselves not merely homeless but powerless, their magical abilities crippled by restrictions they could neither understand nor overcome. Those who had once commanded the very forces of creation were reduced to casting simple cantrips and minor enchantments, their vast accumulated knowledge suddenly useless in a world where the rules of magic had been fundamentally rewritten. Many went mad from the loss, unable to accept that their godlike abilities had been stripped away in an instant. Others turned to darker pursuits, seeking in death, magic, and demonic bargains the power that had been denied them by divine decree. But Netheril was not the only great magical civilization to rise and fall during the Age of Creators. Across the vast expanse of Faerun, other cultures pursued their own dreams of magical perfection, each convinced that they had learned from their predecessors' mistakes, each destined to repeat those same errors in new and even more spectacular ways. The elven realm of Myth-Draenor represented perhaps the most noble attempt to create a truly enlightened magical society. Where Netheril had been hierarchical and exclusive, Myth-Draenor opened its gates to all races, creating a cosmopolitan paradise where elf and human, dwarf and halfling could work together in pursuit of common goals. The city's rulers spoke eloquently of harmony and understanding, of magic used not for domination, but for the betterment of all sentient beings. The high magic of the elves was indeed different from the crude power-seeking of the Netherese, where human archmages sought to bend reality to their will through force. The elves worked with the natural flows of magical energy, creating works of art as much as works of magic. Their city was a living poem written in stone and starlight, a place where beauty and function were seamlessly integrated into a single vision of perfection. Yet for all their high ideals and noble intentions, the elves of Myth-Draenor could not escape the fundamental corruption that seems to be magic's inevitable gift to those who seek to wield it. The very perfection they achieved became a source of pride, and pride became arrogance, and arrogance became the belief that they alone among all the world's peoples had achieved true wisdom. They began to see themselves not as guardians of magical knowledge, but as its rightful inheritors, not as servants of the greater good, but as benevolent masters whose judgment was beyond question. The fall of Myth-Draenor came not from external conquest but from internal decay. as the accumulated weight of their own self-righteousness finally collapsed the foundations of their society. The city that had once welcomed all became a place where only the magically gifted could truly belong, where those lacking arcane abilities were gradually but inexorably relegated to second-class status. The harmony between races that had been their greatest achievement slowly eroded as magical might became the only measure of worth, and those who possessed it began to view those who did not as lesser beings unworthy of equal consideration. When the final assault came, led by an army of demons and devils who had been quietly infiltrating the city for decades, the defenders of Mithranor found themselves fighting not just external enemies, but the consequences of their own spiritual corruption. Their beautiful spells and elegant enchantments proved insufficient against foes who had learned to exploit the very pride and arrogance that had weakened the city from within. The fall was swift and terrible, a conflagration that consumed not just buildings and people, but the dreams and ideals that had made Mithranor more than just another city. Other civilizations followed similar patterns, each believing it could succeed where others had failed, each adding its own unique tragedy to the ever-growing catalogue of magical hubris. The Amaskari Empire, with its mastery of portal magic and dimensional travel, grew so confident in its ability to control space and time that it began stealing entire populations from other worlds to serve as slaves, never considering that such cosmic-scale kidnapping might have consequences beyond their ability to control or contain. When those consequences finally manifested in the form of divine intervention and planar rebellion, the empire that had once spanned multiple realities was reduced to scattered ruins haunted by the ghosts of its own victims. The ancient Raumathari, masters of elemental magic who sought to harness the very forces of creation itself, built an empire on the principle that nature existed only to serve human will. Their weather workers could summon storms or banish them with equal ease. Their earth shapers could raise mountains or level them as the needs of the empire demanded. Yet their greatest achievement, the creation of artificial beings infused with elemental power, ultimately became the instrument of their destruction when those same beings developed wills of their own and turned against their creators in a war that reshaped the very landscape of their homeland. Each of these civilizations shared certain common elements that seemed to be universal features of magical societies that achieved too much power too quickly. They began with noble goals and high ideals, seeking to use magic to solve the fundamental problems of mortal existence. They achieved spectacular success in their initial endeavors, creating wonders that seemed to justify any amount of ambition or pride. They gradually lost touch with the principles that had guided their founding, becoming obsessed with power for its own sake, rather than power in service of higher purposes. Most critically, they all fell victim to the same fundamental delusion, the belief that magic could eliminate the basic moral and spiritual challenges that have always defined the human condition. They thought that with sufficient power, they could create perfect societies, forgetting that perfection imposed from above, through magical force, is not true perfection at all, but merely the appearance of perfection maintained through the suppression of natural human complexity and contradiction. The age of creators ended not with a single dramatic collapse, but with a gradual recognition that the dreams which had inspired its greatest achievements were fundamentally flawed. The new civilizations that arose from the ashes of the old carried with them hard-won wisdom about the dangers of magical excess, establishing traditions and institutions designed to prevent any repetition of their predecessors' mistakes. Yet even as they built these safeguards, they could not entirely abandon the hope that someday, somehow, mortals might find a way to wield ultimate power without being corrupted by it. The ruins of the great magical civilizations remain scattered across the world, serving as monuments to both achievement and folly. In their broken towers and shattered laboratories, modern mages can still find fragments of the knowledge that once made mortals peer to gods, spells and techniques that push the boundaries of what magic can accomplish. Yet these discoveries come always with a price, for the power that destroyed the ancients remains as dangerous now as it was then, still whispering its seductive promises to any who believe themselves wise enough to succeed where their predecessors failed. In the end, the Age of Creators teaches us that the greatest magical achievement is not the creation of flying cities or the mastery of divine power, but the wisdom to know when not to use the power that we possess. The true tragedy of Netheril and Mythdraenor was not that they fell, but that their fall was so completely preventable. If only their rulers had possessed the humility to recognize that some barriers are meant to remain uncrossed, some knowledge is too dangerous to pursue, and some power is too great for mortal hands to safely hold. Chapter 3. The Weave and its Mysteries. There exists between the divine and mortal realms a connection so fundamental that its presence is felt in every spell cast, every prayer whispered, every moment when the impossible becomes possible through the application of will and word. This connection is the weave, that cosmic tapestry which binds all magical energy into patterns of infinite complexity and beauty, transforming the raw chaos of primordial power into something that mortal minds can comprehend and mortal hands can shape. Yet for all its ubiquity, for all its essential role in making magic accessible to thinking beings, the weave remains one of the deepest mysteries in all creation, a divine work whose true nature has eluded even the greatest scholars and archmages. To understand the weave is to touch upon questions that reach to the very heart of existence itself. What is the relationship between divine will and mortal ambition? Can power granted from above ever truly belong to those who receive it? And what happens when the fundamental structures that make civilization possible are suddenly torn away, leaving mortals to face the raw, unfiltered forces of creation with nothing but their own fragile wisdom to guide them? The goddess Mystra, in her various incarnations, stands as both creator and guardian of this cosmic web, a divine being whose every breath shapes the magical possibilities available to mortals across all the planes of existence. Her relationship with those who wield arcane power is unique among the gods, for while other deities demand worship and obedience from their followers, Mystra's connection to magic users is more intimate and more complex. Every spell cast is both a prayer to her and an assertion of independence from her. Every magical discovery both honors her wisdom and challenges her authority. In the earliest days following the catastrophe of Karsus's folly, when the death of Mistral had torn great wounds in the fabric of reality itself, the newly ascended Mystra faced a challenge, unlike any that had confronted a deity before. She inherited not merely a portfolio of divine responsibilities, but a shattered magical system, whose pieces lay scattered across multiple planes of existence like fragments of a broken mirror. The raw magical energy that had once flowed in orderly channels now surged unpredictably through cracks in reality, creating zones of wild magic, where the simplest cantrip might produce results of devastating power, or where the mightiest spells might fizzle into harmless sparks. The creation of the new weave represented perhaps the greatest single act of divine craftsmanship in recorded history. Mystra did not simply repair what had been broken, but fundamentally redesigned the entire system by which magic flowed through the multiverse. Where Mistral's original design had trusted in the wisdom and restraint of those who wielded great power, Mystra's new weave incorporated safeguards and limitations that would prevent any repetition of the disaster that had destroyed her predecessor. The most visible of these changes was the establishment of the spell level system, which created clear boundaries around what magic could and could not accomplish. The great workings of 10th level and beyond, which had allowed the Netherese to reshape continents and steal the power of gods, were locked away behind barriers that no mortal will could breach. The new system demanded not merely knowledge and power from those who would cast spells, but careful preparation and significant personal investment, ensuring that magical power could not be wielded casually or without consequence. Yet even as she imposed these new restrictions, Mystra faced a profound philosophical dilemma. Magic, by its very nature, represented the triumph of will over limitation, the assertion that reality could be reshaped according to desire rather than natural law. How could such a force be safely contained without destroying its essential character? How could the goddess of magic impose limits on magic itself without becoming a contradiction in terms? The solution she devised was as elegant as it was complex. Rather than simply forbidding dangerous magic, Maestra wove into the fabric of the weave itself a kind of divine wisdom that would guide those who touched it toward uses that served the greater good. The weave became not merely a conduit for magical energy, but a teacher and moral guide, subtly influencing those who drew upon its power to consider the consequences of their actions before those actions became irreversible. This divine guidance manifested in countless ways, from the gentle resistance that mages felt when attempting spells beyond their true understanding, to the sudden clarity of thought that often came to spellcasters in moments of moral crisis. The weave did not control the choices of those who used it, but it ensured that those choices were made with full awareness of their implications. A wizard contemplating the use of magic for selfish or destructive purposes would find herself suddenly aware of alternative approaches, while one seeking to use power in service of noble goals would discover new possibilities and capabilities she had never suspected she possessed. The relationship between Mystra and her faithful took on characteristics unique among divine hierarchies. Unlike the rigid structures that governed the followers of other deities, the Church of Mystra was organized around principles of inquiry and discovery, rather than dogma and obedience. Her priests and priestesses were expected to be scholars and experimenters, first, spiritual leaders, second, constantly pushing the boundaries of magical knowledge while remaining mindful of the responsibilities that came with such power. This approach created a dynamic tension within the magical community that would persist for millennia. On one side stood those who viewed magic as a gift from the gods, something to be used reverently and in accordance with divine will. On the other were those who saw magic as a natural force that could be studied and mastered through pure intellect and determination, requiring no more spiritual component than the study of mathematics or natural philosophy. Maestra herself seemed to encourage this tension, recognizing that the conflict between faith and reason, between reverence and ambition, was essential to keeping magical development on a healthy path. Neither pure spirituality nor pure intellectualism could safely guide the development of magical knowledge. Only the creative friction between these approaches could produce the kind of wisdom necessary to wield cosmic power responsibly. The clerics and specialty priests of Mystra developed traditions that reflected this complex relationship with their deity. They were required to spend years in study before taking on pastoral duties, mastering not only the theoretical principles of magic, but also its practical applications. Many were accomplished spellcasters in their own right, able to work miracles through both divine and arcane means. Their temples were built as much for research as for worship, containing vast libraries and experimental laboratories alongside the more traditional shrines and sanctuaries. Yet, even these dedicated servants of the goddess found their understanding of the weave limited by their mortal perspectives. The true structure of Mystra's great work remained beyond complete comprehension, its patterns too complex and far-reaching for any single mind to grasp in their entirety. Even the most learned of her priests could perceive only fragments of the greater design, glimpses of a cosmic architecture whose full scope encompassed not merely the material plane, but every reality in which thinking beings might seek to work magic. The weave extended its influence across the planes in ways that varied according to the fundamental nature of each realm. In the orderly realms of Mount Celestia and Mechanus, magical energy flowed in precise, predictable patterns that reflected the lawful nature of those planes. In the chaotic realms of Limbo and the Abyss, the weave took on more fluid and unpredictable characteristics, producing wild surges and unexpected effects that could transform the simplest spell into something entirely different from what its caster intended. The Feywild and Shadowfell, those echo planes that existed parallel to the material world, each contained their own variations of the weave that reflected their unique magical properties. In the Feywild, magic took on an almost playful quality, producing effects that were often more beautiful or whimsical than their material plane equivalents. Spells cast in that realm might summon flowers instead of flames, or create music where silence was intended, as if the very nature of the plane conspired to make magic a form of artistic expression rather than mere utility. The Shadowfell, by contrast, drained magic of its vitality and hope, producing effects that were technically identical to their material plane counterparts, but somehow diminished and darkened. A healing spell cast in the Shadowfell might close wounds and restore health, but leave the recipient feeling emotionally drained and spiritually empty. The weave in that realm seemed to reflect the plane's fundamental nature as a place where joy and beauty went to die, transforming even the most positive magic into something tinged with melancholy and loss. Perhaps nowhere was the complex nature of the weave more evident than in the phenomenon known as dead magic zones, areas where the divine tapestry had been damaged or disrupted, creating pockets of reality where magic simply did not function. These zones, scattered randomly across the planes, served as stark reminders of the weave's artificial nature. Within their boundaries, even the simplest cantrips failed utterly. Magical items became mundane objects, and creatures dependent on magical energy for their existence simply ceased to be. The study of dead magic zones became a specialty among the most dedicated scholars of the weave, who sought to understand how such disruptions occurred and whether they could be repaired. Some zones appeared to be natural phenomena, places where the fundamental forces of reality were so strongly opposed to magic that the weave could not maintain its usual integrity. Others showed clear signs of deliberate damage, suggesting that certain powerful beings possessed the ability to wound or destroy portions of Mystra's great work. Wild magic zones presented the opposite problem, areas where the weave had become unstable and unpredictable rather than absent entirely. In these regions, magical energy surged and fluctuated wildly, causing spells to produce random effects that bore little or no resemblance to their intended purposes. A fireball might summon a flock of butterflies, a healing spell might cause its target to grow an extra limb, and a simple light cantrip might tear open a temporary portal to another plane entirely. These zones were particularly feared by spellcasters, for they represented magic without the guiding wisdom that Mystra had built into the weave. Here was raw magical force in something approaching its primordial state, unfiltered by divine consciousness and unconstrained by the moral and practical limitations that made magic safe for mortal use. Even the most experienced archmages approached wild magic zones with extreme caution, knowing that a single miscalculated spell could produce consequences far beyond their ability to control or contain. The existence of both dead magic and wild magic zones raised profound questions about the true nature of magical reality. If magic was simply a natural force like gravity or electromagnetism, how could entire regions exist where it functioned differently or not at all? The answer seemed to lie in the artificial nature of the weave itself, the recognition that what mortals experienced as magic was not the raw cosmic force, but a carefully crafted interpretation of that force, shaped and filtered by divine will to make it compatible with mortal needs and limitations. This understanding transformed the way many scholars approached the study of magic itself. Rather than seeking to uncover the fundamental laws that governed magical reality, they began to focus on understanding the principles that guided Mystra's design of the weave. Magic, they realized, was not merely a tool to be mastered, but a form of communication with the divine, a way of participating in the ongoing creation and maintenance of reality itself. The implications of this revelation were staggering. Every spell cast became a collaborative effort between mortal will and divine wisdom, every magical experiment a form of prayer, every arcane discovery a gift granted by a goddess who desired nothing more than to see her children grow in knowledge and understanding. Yet this same understanding also carried with it a terrible responsibility. For if magic was indeed a divine gift, then its misuse represented not merely a practical error, but a form of spiritual corruption. The history of magic became, in this light, a chronicle of humanity's ongoing struggle to prove itself worthy of the power that Mystra had placed within its reach. Each age brought new challenges and new temptations, new opportunities to use magical knowledge for good or ill. the great catastrophes that periodically swept across the magical world, the fall of Netheril, the spell plague, the time of troubles could be understood as moments when the accumulated weight of magical misuse had grown so great that divine intervention became necessary to prevent total disaster. Yet Maestra's response to these crises revealed the complex nature of her relationship with mortal magic users. Rather than simply removing magical power from those who had abused it, she consistently chose to modify the weave itself, creating new safeguards and limitations that would make future abuses more difficult, while preserving the essential freedom that made magical discovery possible. Her approach reflected a deep understanding that true wisdom could not be imposed from above, but had to be earned through experience, including the painful experience of learning from one's mistakes. The chosen of Mystra, those rare individuals who had been granted direct access to the goddess's power and wisdom, served as living examples of what the relationship between mortal and divine could become when properly developed. These legendary figures, Elminster, Kelvin, the Seven Sisters, and others, were neither gods nor mortals, but something in between, beings who had transcended normal human limitations without abandoning their essential humanity. Their existence provided a glimpse of the ultimate purpose behind Mystra's grand design. The weave was not merely a tool for regulating magical power, but a vast educational system designed to guide mortal consciousness toward higher forms of understanding and compassion. Those who truly mastered its mysteries found themselves transformed, not just in their magical abilities, but in their fundamental nature, becoming conduits for divine wisdom and agents of cosmic balance. Yet even these exalted beings remained subject to the limitations and moral challenges that defined mortal existence. The chosen could still make mistakes, could still be tempted by pride or ambition, could still fall victim to the fundamental corruption that seemed to be magic's inevitable gift to those who wielded it carelessly. Their elevated status brought with it not freedom from moral responsibility, but an even greater burden of accountability, for their actions could influence the fate of entire worlds. The study of the weave continued to evolve as mortal understanding of magic deepened and expanded. New theories emerged about its fundamental structure, new techniques were developed for accessing its deeper mysteries, and new questions arose about the ultimate destiny of magical development. Some scholars speculated that the weave was itself evolving, growing more complex and sophisticated as mortal consciousness expanded and developed. Others suggested that it was merely one of many possible systems for organizing magical reality, and that alternative approaches might someday emerge to challenge Mystra's monopoly over arcane power. These speculations took on new urgency during the periods when Mystra herself was absent from the world, when death or divine politics removed her direct influence from the weave's operation. During these times, the magical system that had seemed so stable and permanent revealed its dependence on constant divine maintenance. Wild magic surges became more common, new dead magic zones appeared without explanation, and even the most basic spells began to produce unpredictable results. The temporary collapse of the weave during these divine absences provided powerful evidence for the theory that magic, as mortals understood it, was indeed an artificial construct rather than a natural force. Without Maestra's guiding consciousness to maintain its stability, the carefully crafted system that had made magical civilization possible began to unravel, reverting toward the primordial chaos from which it had originally been formed. Yet even during these periods of crisis, magic itself did not disappear entirely. Instead, it reverted to older, more primitive forms that bore little resemblance to the systematic approaches that had been developed under the weave's influence. Sorcerers found their abilities enhanced rather than diminished, drawing power directly from the raw magical forces that the weave had previously filtered and controlled. Druids and other practitioners of primal magic discovered that their connection to natural forces remained strong even when arcane magic failed utterly. These observations led to a deeper understanding of the true relationship between divine and natural magic. The weave, scholars realized, did not create magical power, but rather channeled and refined it, transforming the raw chaos of primordial force into something that could be safely used by thinking beings. When the weave failed, magic returned to its original state, wild, powerful, and utterly unpredictable, accessible only to those with the strength and wisdom to handle its unfiltered fury. The eventual restoration of the weave after each period of divine absence brought with it new modifications and refinements, as Mystra incorporated the lessons learned during the time of chaos into her grand design. The system became more resilient, more adaptable, better able to handle the stresses and strains that mortal ambition inevitably placed upon it. Yet it also became more complex, requiring ever greater levels of study and understanding from those who would master its mysteries. In the end, the story of the weave is the story of the ongoing relationship between mortal ambition and divine wisdom, between the desire to transcend natural limitations and the need to accept the responsibilities that come with power. It is a tale of constant evolution and adaptation, as both goddess and mortals learn from their mistakes and grow in understanding of what magic can and should be used to accomplish. The weave remains, even now, one of the greatest mysteries in all creation, a divine work whose true nature may never be fully comprehended by mortal minds. Yet in its very incomprehensibility lies perhaps its greatest gift, the assurance that no matter how much magical knowledge mortals may accumulate, there will always be new mysteries to explore, new frontiers to cross, new opportunities to grow in wisdom and understanding. The tapestry that Mystra wove from the fragments of her predecessor's broken dreams continues to evolve, guided by divine love, but shaped by mortal choices, a testament to the belief that power and wisdom can indeed be reconciled when approached with proper humility and respect. Chapter 4. Schools of Power. Knowledge is power, but the manner in which knowledge is organized and understood determines whether that power serves creation or destruction, wisdom or folly, the elevation of the spirit or its ultimate corruption. In the vast tapestry of magical learning, no truth is more fundamental than this: how we choose to categorize and approach the infinite mysteries of arcane power reveals as much about our own nature as it does about the forces we seek to command. Schools of magic that have emerged from millennia of scholarly study represent not merely convenient divisions of an academic curriculum, but profound philosophical statements about the nature of reality itself and humanity's place within the cosmic order. Each school embodies a different aspect of the fundamental relationship between mind and matter, between will and reality, between the dreamer and the dream. To master any single school completely requires more than the mere memorization of spells and formulas. It demands a transformation of consciousness itself, a willingness to see the world through the lens of that school's particular wisdom, and to accept the moral and spiritual consequences that such a perspective inevitably brings. The tradition of organizing magical knowledge into distinct schools arose from the practical need to create systematic approaches to arcane education. In the earliest days following the establishment of formal magical academies, teachers quickly discovered that students who attempted to master all forms of magic simultaneously often failed to achieve true competence in any of them. The human mind, it seemed, was better suited to developing deep expertise in specific areas, rather than broad but shallow familiarity with everything. Yet what began as a practical pedagogical tool gradually revealed deeper truths about the nature of magic itself. The 8 schools that emerged from this process of categorization proved to be more than arbitrary divisions imposed by academic convenience. They reflected genuine philosophical and metaphysical distinctions that existed within the fabric of magical reality. Each school required not only different techniques and approaches, but different ways of thinking, different moral frameworks, and different relationships with the fundamental forces of creation. Evocation, the school of raw magical force, stands as perhaps the most immediately comprehensible of all magical disciplines. Its practitioners learn to shape the primal energies of creation into forms that can heal or harm, illuminate or conceal, protect or destroy. The philosophy of evocation is deceptively simple. Reality is filled with vast reservoirs of untapped power, and those with sufficient knowledge and will can tap into these reservoirs to accomplish their goals directly and efficiently. The masters of evocation pride themselves on their straightforward approach to magical problem-solving. Where other schools might require complex rituals, subtle manipulations, or elaborate preparations, evokers achieve their effects through the application of pure force guided by precise intention. A wall blocks their path, they blast it apart with magical fire. Enemies threaten their allies. They call down lightning to strike them down. Darkness impedes their progress. They create light with a gesture and a word. Yet this apparent simplicity conceals profound depths of understanding. True masters of evocation must develop an intimate familiarity with the fundamental forces that drive all magical phenomena. They must learn to distinguish between the countless different types of energy that permeate the multiverse, understanding not merely how to manipulate these forces, but how they interact with one another and with the material world. The greatest evokers speak of their art not as the crude hurling of magical power, but as a form of cosmic sculpture, shaping the raw stuff of creation into works of terrible beauty and devastating effectiveness. The moral challenges faced by evokers are as direct as their magical techniques. More than any other school, evocation offers the immediate temptation of using power to solve problems through force rather than wisdom. The ability to destroy obstacles with a thought can quickly lead to the habit of viewing all difficulties as obstacles to be destroyed rather than challenges to be overcome through patience and understanding. Many promising evokers have fallen into this trap, becoming magical tyrants who see their power as justification for imposing their will upon others. Transmutation, the school of change and transformation, approaches magic from an entirely different philosophical perspective. Where evokers work with energy, transmuters work with the fundamental properties of matter and being. Their art is based on the profound understanding that nothing in the universe is truly permanent, that all things exist in a constant state of flux and transformation, and that those who understand the principles governing these changes can direct them according to their will. The philosophy of transmutation rests upon the recognition that the boundaries between different states of being are far more fluid than they appear to mundane perception. Lead can become gold, flesh can become stone, a mouse can become a man, and water can become wine, all through the application of proper knowledge and technique. Yet these transformations are not violations of natural law, but rather applications of deeper natural laws that govern the underlying unity of all existence. Transmuters develop a unique relationship with the concept of identity itself. Their studies force them to confront fundamental questions about what makes a thing what it is, and whether changing a thing's properties necessarily changes its essential nature. A transmuter who regularly transforms herself into animal form begins to understand that the boundary between human and beast consciousness is more permeable than most people assume. One who can turn stone into flesh and flesh into stone gains insights into the arbitrary nature of the distinctions that mortals draw between the living and the lifeless. This constant engagement with questions of identity and transformation produces a particular type of wisdom in advanced transmuters. They tend to be more accepting of change and more comfortable with ambiguity than practitioners of other schools. They understand, in a way that others often cannot, that growth and development require the willingness to abandon old forms and embrace new ones, even when such changes involve the loss of familiar aspects of the self. Yet transmutation also carries its own unique temptations and dangers. The power to change anything into anything else can lead to a kind of moral relativism, a belief that since all forms are ultimately temporary and arbitrary, the distinction between good and evil, right and wrong, becomes meaningless. Some transmuters fall into the trap of viewing themselves as beyond ordinary moral constraints, believing that their understanding of the fluid nature of reality gives them license to treat others as raw material for their experiments and transformation. Enchantment, the school of mind and emotion, deals with the most intimate and personal aspects of magical power. Its practitioners learn to influence the thoughts, feelings, and behavior of other conscious beings, working with the invisible threads that connect mind to mind across the vast distances of space and time. The philosophy of enchantment is built upon the recognition that consciousness itself is a form of magic, that the ability to think and feel and choose is the most miraculous phenomenon in all creation. Enchanters develop an understanding of the mind that goes far beyond what mundane psychology or philosophy can provide. They learn to perceive the emotional currents that flow between people, to recognize the subtle patterns of thought that drive behavior, and to understand how memories and desires shape the landscape of consciousness. Their art requires not merely intellectual knowledge, but genuine empathy, the ability to understand and connect with the inner experience of others. The ethical challenges faced by enchanters are perhaps the most complex of any magical school. The power to influence minds and emotions carries with it enormous responsibility, for it touches upon the very foundations of free will and personal autonomy. An enchanter who uses her abilities to make others act against their better judgment, even for seemingly good reasons, has violated something fundamental about the nature of conscious choice. Yet the same abilities that can be used to manipulate and control can also be used to heal psychological wounds, resolve conflicts, and help others discover their own hidden strengths and capabilities. The greatest masters of enchantment speak of their art as a form of emotional and mental healing rather than control. They use their understanding of consciousness to help others overcome fear, despair, and confusion, guiding people toward clearer thinking and healthier emotional patterns, without imposing their own will upon their subjects. This approach requires enormous skill and restraint, for the line between healing influence and manipulative control is often subtle and easily crossed. Divination, the school of knowledge and foresight, represents perhaps the most purely intellectual of all magical disciplines. Its practitioners seek to transcend the normal limitations of mortal perception, gaining access to information that exists beyond the reach of ordinary senses. The philosophy of divination rests upon the understanding that knowledge itself is a form of power, and that those who can see clearly into the nature of reality gain enormous advantages in all their endeavors. Diviners develop a unique relationship with time and causality. Their studies reveal that past, present, and future are not separate things but different aspects of a single eternal moment, accessible to those who learn to perceive beyond the illusion of linear progression. They understand that every effect has causes that extend back through the entire history of creation, and that every action sends ripples forward through time that shape the possibilities of the future. The pursuit of perfect knowledge carries with it its own form of burden. Diviners often become isolated from others by their ability to see truths that others cannot or will not acknowledge. They may know of coming disasters years before they occur, understand the hidden motivations that drive seemingly inexplicable behavior, or perceive the long-term consequences of decisions that others make without consideration for their ultimate effects. This isolation is compounded by the moral dilemmas that perfect knowledge inevitably creates. If a diviner foresees a great catastrophe, is she obligated to warn others, even if such warnings might cause panic or despair? If she perceives that a friend is making choices that will lead to tragedy, should she intervene or respect that person's right to learn from their own mistakes? The gift of foresight becomes a burden when it reveals truths that cannot be shared without causing more harm than good. Conjuration, the school of travel and summoning, deals with the fundamental nature of space and distance. Its practitioners learn to transcend the normal limitations of physical location, bringing distant objects to hand, transporting themselves across vast distances in an instant, and calling upon beings from other planes of existence to aid them in their endeavors. The philosophy of conjuration is based on the understanding that the apparent separation between different locations and different planes of existence is largely illusory, a limitation of mundane perception rather than an absolute feature of reality. Conjurers develop an appreciation for the interconnectedness of all things that goes beyond mere intellectual understanding. Their studies reveal that every point in space is connected to every other point, that the boundaries between different planes of existence are permeable to those who know how to cross them, and that distance is simply another obstacle to be overcome through proper application of magical principles. The art of summoning brings conjurers into contact with beings from across the multiverse, creatures whose perspectives and motivations may be utterly alien to mortal understanding. This exposure to genuinely foreign forms of consciousness expands the conjurer's awareness of the vast diversity of possible ways of existing and thinking. Yet it also carries significant risks, for not all extraplanar beings are benevolent, and the act of summoning creates responsibilities and obligations that extend far beyond the immediate transaction. Ethical conjurers approach their art with deep respect for the autonomy and dignity of the beings they summon. They understand that calling upon extraplanar creatures for aid creates a relationship that must be maintained with honor and fairness, that the temporary nature of most summoning spells does not absolve the caster of responsibility for the consequences of their actions. The greatest masters of conjuration speak of their art as a form of diplomacy, requiring not merely magical knowledge, but genuine wisdom about how to interact respectfully with beings whose nature and motivations may be fundamentally different from their own. Illusion, the school of deception and misdirection, challenges the most basic assumptions about the nature of reality and perception. Its practitioners learn to manipulate the senses and the mind, creating false experiences that can be indistinguishable from reality, concealing truth behind veils of deception, and revealing hidden truths by stripping away the illusions that normally obscure them. The philosophy of illusion is built upon the understanding that reality, as experienced by conscious beings, is largely a matter of perception, and that those who can control perception can effectively control reality itself. Illusionists develop a sophisticated understanding of the relationship between appearance and truth. Their studies reveal that what most people consider to be objective reality is actually a complex construction built from sensory input, memory, expectation, and interpretation. By learning to manipulate these components, illusionists can create experiences that are subjectively real, even when they have no objective existence. The moral challenges faced by illusionists are subtle, but profound. The power to create false experiences and manipulate perception can be used for entertainment, education, protection, or deception. But the line between these different applications is often unclear. An illusion that protects innocent people from harm by misdirecting their enemies serves good ends, but the same techniques can be used to deceive and manipulate people for selfish gain. Advanced illusionists often struggle with questions about the nature of truth itself. If perception can be so easily manipulated, how can anyone be certain that their understanding of reality is accurate? If illusions can be made indistinguishable from reality, what meaning does the distinction between true and false actually have? These philosophical questions are not merely academic exercises, but practical concerns that shape how illusionists approach their art and their relationships with others. Abjuration, the school of protection and banishment, represents magic's defensive and preservative aspects. Its practitioners learn to create barriers against harmful forces, to dispel dangerous magic, and to banish unwanted entities back to their places of origin. The philosophy of abjuration is grounded in the understanding that not all change is beneficial, that some forms of power are inherently destructive, and that the ability to say no to magical force is as important as the ability to wield such force. Abjurers develop a deep appreciation for the value of stability and continuity, while other schools focus on creating new effects or transforming existing conditions. Abjuration seeks to preserve what is valuable and protect it from harm. This conservative approach to magic does not stem from fear of change, but from wisdom about when change serves beneficial purposes, and when it merely represents the triumph of chaos over order. The art of abjuration requires a thorough understanding of the magical forces it seeks to counter. An abjurer who wishes to create effective defenses against enchantment must understand how enchantment works. One who seeks to banish extraplanar creatures must be familiar with the nature of the planes from which they come, and one who attempts to dispel hostile magic must comprehend the principles underlying the effects she wishes to neutralize. This comprehensive knowledge makes skilled abjurers some of the most broadly educated of all magical practitioners. They cannot afford to specialize narrowly in their own school's techniques, but must maintain at least basic familiarity with all forms of magic in order to defend against them effectively. This breadth of knowledge often makes them excellent teachers and advisors, able to provide insights into magical problems that more narrowly focused specialists might miss. Necromancy, the school of life and death, deals with the most fundamental of all magical forces. Its practitioners learn to manipulate the energies that distinguish the living from the dead, to communicate with spirits that have passed beyond the veil of mortality, and to harness the power inherent in the cycle of death and rebirth that governs all existence. The philosophy of necromancy is built upon the understanding that death is not the opposite of life, but an essential component of it, and that those who truly understand both sides of this cosmic balance gain access to powers that transcend ordinary mortal limitations. Necromancers face perhaps the greatest prejudice and misunderstanding of any magical practitioners. Their art is associated in the popular mind with evil and corruption, with the violation of natural law and the desecration of sacred things. Yet this reputation, while not entirely undeserved, reflects a fundamental misunderstanding of necromancy's true nature. In its purest form, necromancy is not about violating the natural order, but about understanding it so completely that one can work with both its constructive and destructive aspects. The greatest masters of necromancy speak of their art as a form of cosmic ecology, an understanding of how the forces of life and death maintain the balance that makes existence possible. They see themselves not as violators of natural law, but as students of the deepest natural laws, those that govern the transformation of consciousness from one state of being to another. Yet necromancy does carry genuine dangers that go beyond mere social prejudice. The constant contact with death and negative energy that the art requires can gradually erode the practitioner's connection to life and positive emotion. Many necromancers become increasingly isolated and emotionally detached, losing their ability to form meaningful relationships with the living as they become more comfortable in the company of the dead. The temptations inherent in necromantic power are also particularly insidious. The ability to animate the dead, to speak with spirits, and to manipulate the boundary between life and death can easily lead to the belief that the necromancer has transcended ordinary moral constraints. Some fall into the trap of viewing living beings as merely raw material for their experiments, or of believing that their understanding of death gives them the right to decide who lives and who dies. The interaction between the different schools of magic creates a complex web of relationships that reflects the fundamental interconnectedness of all magical phenomena. While each school has its own distinct identity and methodology, none exists in complete isolation from the others. The boundaries between schools are often fluid, with many spells and techniques drawing upon principles from multiple disciplines. Advanced magical practitioners often discover that mastery of their chosen school requires at least basic understanding of the others. An evoker who wishes to create truly sophisticated magical effects must understand enough transmutation to shape her energies properly, enough enchantment to guide them accurately, and enough abjuration to contain them safely. A necromancer, working with spirit communication, benefits from divination skills to interpret spiritual messages and illusion techniques to facilitate clearer contact. This interconnectedness has led some theorists to propose that the 8 schools are not truly separate disciplines, but different aspects of a single unified magical science. They argue that the divisions between schools are convenient fictions that help mortal minds organize knowledge that is inherently too complex and multifaceted to be grasped as a unified whole. From this perspective, the ultimate goal of magical education is not mastery of any single school, but understanding of how all schools work together to create the complete tapestry of magical possibility. The moral and philosophical implications of this unified view are profound. If all magic is ultimately one phenomenon viewed from different angles, then the artificial divisions that practitioners create between good and evil schools become meaningless. Necromancy is no more inherently evil than evocation, enchantment, no more inherently corrupting than divination. The moral character of magical practice depends not on which school a practitioner favors, but on the purposes for which magical power is used, and the wisdom with which it is applied. Yet this philosophical unity does not eliminate the practical reality that different schools require different types of minds and different forms of character development. The personality traits that make someone an excellent evoker may be quite different from those that suit a potential illusionist or enchanter. The choice of which school to specialize in often reflects deep aspects of the student's character and worldview, shaping not only their magical abilities but their entire approach to life and relationships. In the end, the 8 schools of magic serve as both practical tools for organizing magical education and profound symbols of the different ways that conscious beings can relate to the fundamental forces of creation. They remind us that power itself is neutral, but the manner in which we approach and use power reveals our deepest values and aspirations. Whether magic serves wisdom or folly, creation or destruction, the elevation of the spirit or its corruption depends not on the techniques we master, but on the character we bring to their application. Chapter 5. The Wild Magic Surge. Chaos is not the opposite of order, but its necessary partner in the eternal dance of creation. And nowhere is this truth more vividly demonstrated than in the phenomenon of wild magic, that untamed force, which erupts from the deepest foundations of reality, to remind mortals that their careful systems and learned theories are but fragile constructs imposed upon powers that remain fundamentally beyond their control. Wild magic represents the return of primordial foe, race to a world that has grown comfortable with the illusion of magical predictability, a cosmic reminder that beneath the ordered surface of the weave lies an ocean of chaotic potential that can surge forth without warning to transform the impossible into the inevitable and the predictable into the utterly fantastic. The nature of wild magic defies the comfortable categories that scholars have developed to classify and understand magical phenomena. It recognizes no distinction between the 8 schools, no respect for spell levels or components, no acknowledgement of the careful limitations that divine wisdom has imposed upon mortal spellcasting. When wild magic erupts, a simple cantrip might produce effects that rival the mightiest spells of legendary archmages, while attempts to cast the most powerful magic might result in nothing more than a shower of harmless flower petals, or a brief change in the caster's hair color. This unpredictability represents more than mere inconvenience or magical malfunction. It points toward fundamental truths about the nature of reality itself that most magical practitioners prefer not to contemplate. Load magic reveals that the orderly system of spell levels and school classifications, the careful hierarchies of magical power that students spend years mastering, are artificial constructs that exist only within the protective boundaries of the weave. Beyond those boundaries, in the realm of raw magical force, chaos reigns supreme, and the universe operates according to principles that mortal minds cannot fully comprehend or predict. The first recorded instances of wild magic appeared in the earliest days following the establishment of the new weave, when Mystra's careful reconstruction of magical reality was still settling into stable patterns. Scholars initially dismissed these incidents as temporary side effects of the cosmic trauma that had accompanied the death of Mistral, expecting them to fade as the divine tapestry grew stronger and more firmly established. Instead, wild magic zones continued to appear with disturbing regularity, suggesting that chaos was not an aberration to be corrected, but an integral component of magical reality that could never be completely suppressed. The distribution of wild magic zones across the planes follows no discernible pattern that magical theorists have been able to identify. Some appear in places where great magical catastrophes have occurred, as if the violent release of arcane energy has somehow torn holes in the fabric of the weave through which primordial chaos can leak. Others manifest in locations that show no signs of magical disturbance, remote wilderness areas or ancient ruins, where the wild forces seem to have always lurked just beneath the surface of ordered reality. Perhaps most disturbing of all are the wild magic zones that appear spontaneously in the midst of populated areas, transforming familiar streets and buildings into landscapes of impossible geometry and unpredictable magic. These manifestations force entire communities to confront the uncomfortable truth that their comfortable, predictable world rests upon foundations that are far more fragile than they had ever imagined. The sudden appearance of wild magic in a bustling marketplace or quiet residential district serves as a stark reminder that chaos is never more than a heartbeat away from even the most civilized environment. The experience of casting spells within a wild magic zone is unlike anything that normal magical training can prepare a practitioner to handle. The careful mental disciplines that allow precise control over magical energy become not merely useless but actively counterproductive, as the chaotic forces respond to rigid thinking by becoming even more unpredictable and dangerous. Mages who attempt to force their will upon wild magic often find their spells not only failing, but producing effects that seem almost maliciously opposed to their intentions. Those who learn to work with wild magic rather than against it discover that success requires a fundamental shift in consciousness, an abandonment of the control-oriented mindset that characterizes conventional spell casting in favor of a more intuitive, improvisational approach. Rather than trying to impose their will upon magical forces, successful wild magic practitioners learn to dance with chaos, allowing the unpredictable energies to flow through them while gently guiding them toward desired outcomes through suggestion rather than command. This altered approach to magic often produces results that are far more powerful and creative than conventional spellcasting can achieve. The limitations that normally constrain magical effects simply do not apply within wild magic zones, allowing practitioners to accomplish feats that would be impossible under normal circumstances. A simple healing spell might not only cure injuries, but permanently enhance the subject's physical capabilities, while an attempt to create light might give birth to a miniature sun that illuminates the surrounding area for days or weeks. Yet these enhanced possibilities come at the cost of complete unpredictability. The same wild magic surge that produces miraculous healing might instead transform the spell's target into an entirely different creature, grant them the ability to speak with plants, or cause them to phase randomly between the material plane and the Feywild. The practitioner who successfully creates a helpful magical effect one day might find the next day that identical preparations and intentions produce completely different results. The psychological impact of working with wild magic often proves as significant as its practical effects. Mages accustomed to the reliable cause and effect relationships of normal spellcasting find themselves confronting the fundamental uncertainty that underlies all existence. The comfortable illusion that knowledge and skill can provide complete control over magical forces is stripped away, replaced by a more humble understanding of the mage's role as a partner in magical creation, rather than its master. This humbling experience often leads to profound personal growth in those who embrace its lessons. Wild magic practitioners frequently develop a greater appreciation for spontaneity and creativity, learning to find joy in unexpected outcomes rather than frustration at the failure of their careful plans. They become more adaptable and resilient, better able to cope with uncertainty and change in all aspects of their lives, not merely their magical practice. However, not all encounters with wild magic lead to positive transformation. Some practitioners, unable to accept the loss of control that wild magic represents, become obsessed with finding ways to tame or eliminate chaotic magical forces. Their desperate attempts to impose order upon chaos often lead to increasingly dangerous experiments and the development of magical techniques that are themselves chaotic and unpredictable. The frustration and fear that wild magic engenders in these individuals can drive them to extreme measures, sometimes resulting in magical disasters that create new wild magic zones or other unpredictable phenomena. The spell plague stands as the most dramatic example of what can happen when the careful balance between order and chaos within magical reality is violently disrupted. This reality-warping catastrophe began with the assassination of Mistra during a period of divine conflict, an act that sent shockwaves through the entire structure of the Weave and unleashed chaotic magical forces on a scale that dwarfed anything previously recorded in the annals of magical history. The immediate effects of Mystra's death were felt across all planes of existence as the weave convulsed and began to unravel. Wild magic zones expanded explosively, merging with one another to create vast regions where magical reality followed no predictable rules. The careful spell-level restrictions that had protected mortals from the most dangerous magical forces since the fall of Netheril simply ceased to function, allowing access to powers that had been forbidden for millennia. Yet the spell plague represented more than merely an expansion of existing wild magic phenomena. The chaotic forces unleashed by the goddess's death began to actively reshape reality itself, blurring the boundaries between different planes of existence and creating hybrid regions where the laws of multiple realities operated simultaneously. Entire cities found themselves partially phased into the Feywild or Shadowfell, their inhabitants experiencing the strange dual existence of living in multiple planes at once. The plague changed lands, as these transformed regions came to be known, challenged every assumption that scholars had developed about the nature of magical reality. Plants grew into impossible geometries that hurt the mind to perceive. Animals developed magical abilities that defied classification within the traditional schools, and even inanimate objects began to exhibit properties that seemed to change from moment to moment according to no discernible pattern. Perhaps most disturbing of all were the effects of the spell plague on thinking beings. Exposure to the chaotic magical forces could trigger unpredictable transformations that altered not only physical form, but consciousness itself. Some individuals gained magical abilities they had never possessed before, while others found their existing spellcasting capabilities completely changed or eliminated. The boundary between self and environment became fluid, with some plague-changed beings developing the ability to phase in and out of solid matter, or to exist simultaneously in multiple locations. The spell-scarred, those individuals who bore the permanent marks of exposure to spell plague energies, represented a new category of magical being that existing theories could not adequately explain. Their abilities defied classification within the traditional schools of magic, often combining effects from multiple disciplines in ways that should have been impossible. Some could cast spells without components or preparation, others could manipulate reality through pure will, and still others gained access to magical effects that had no equivalent in the standard repertoire of spells. The existence of the spells card forced magical theorists to reconsider fundamental assumptions about the nature of spellcasting ability. If magical power could be permanently altered or granted through exposure to chaotic forces, what did that suggest about the traditional distinction between those born with magical talent and those who acquired it through study? If the careful training and preparation that characterized conventional wizardry could be bypassed entirely, what value did magical education truly have? These questions became more than academic when it became clear that spell plague effects were not limited to the original plague-changed regions, but continued to spread and evolve over time. New wild magic zones appeared regularly, often in locations far from any known source of chaotic magical energy. The reality warping effects that had initially been confined to specific geographic areas began to manifest sporadically across the entire world, creating a constant sense of uncertainty about when and where the next magical catastrophe might occur. The response of magical institutions to these developments revealed deep philosophical divisions within the scholarly community. Conservative elements called for increased restrictions on magical research and the development of new safeguards designed to prevent any repetition of the conditions that had led to the spell plague. They argued that the pursuit of ever greater magical power had led inevitably to catastrophe, and that only by accepting stricter limitations could magical civilization hope to survive. Progressive factions, however, saw in the spell plague and its aftermath not a disaster to be prevented, but an opportunity for magical evolution. They argued that the chaotic forces unleashed by Mystra's death represented a return to magic's primordial state, offering access to powers and possibilities that had been artificially constrained by the weave's limitations. From this perspective, the challenge was not to restore the old order, but to learn how to work safely with the new magical reality that had emerged from the cosmic trauma. The development of techniques for working with wild magic became a major focus of magical research in the years following the spell plague. Scholars studied the spell's card intensively, seeking to understand how they had learned to harness chaotic forces without being destroyed by them. They mapped the patterns of wild magic manifestation, looking for underlying principles that might allow some degree of prediction or control over seemingly random phenomena. These efforts yielded mixed results. While researchers succeeded in developing some methods for safely entering and working within wild magic zones, they made little progress toward the ultimate goal of taming or eliminating chaotic magical forces. The fundamental unpredictability that characterized wild magic seemed to be an intrinsic property rather than a side effect that could be overcome through better understanding or improved technique. Some of the most significant advances came not from attempting to control wild magic, but from learning to accept and work with its chaotic nature. Practitioners who embraced uncertainty as a fundamental aspect of magical reality often achieved better results than those who continued to seek predictable outcomes. This philosophical shift required abandoning many of the assumptions that had guided magical education for millennia, replacing the traditional emphasis on control and precision with a more fluid approach based on adaptation and improvisation. The rise of sorceress traditions during this period reflected this broader change in magical consciousness. Sorcerers whose magical abilities came from innate talent rather than scholarly training often proved better adapted to working with chaotic forces than classically trained wizards. Their intuitive approach to spellcasting allowed them to flow with wild magic surges rather than fighting against them, often producing more consistent results in unpredictable magical environments. This success of intuitive magic over systematic study challenged many traditional assumptions about the relationship between knowledge and magical power. If untrained sorcerers could achieve better results than learned wizards in wild magic zones, what did that suggest about the value of magical education? If chaotic forces responded better to emotional connection than intellectual understanding, should magical training emphasize feeling over thinking? The integration of wild magic phenomena into broader magical theory required fundamental reconceptualizations of how magic actually works. The traditional model, which viewed spells as precise formulas that produced predictable results when properly executed, proved inadequate to explain situations where identical preparations might yield completely different outcomes. New theoretical frameworks emerged that emphasized magic as a collaborative process between caster and cosmic forces, rather than a matter of imposing mortal will upon passive magical energy. These new theories suggested that the apparent randomness of wild magic might not be truly random, but rather the product of interactions with forces and factors that mortal consciousness was not equipped to perceive or understand. From this perspective, wild magic surges represented not magical malfunction, but the influence of cosmic principles that operated beyond the scope of mundane awareness. The unpredictability that characterized chaotic magic might reflect the limitations of mortal understanding, rather than any inherent disorder in the magical forces themselves. This interpretation offered hope that wild magic might eventually become more comprehensible as magical consciousness evolved and expanded. Perhaps future generations of practitioners would develop the enhanced awareness necessary to perceive the patterns that currently seemed random, allowing them to work with chaotic forces as skillfully as contemporary mages worked with the ordered energies of the weave. The long-term effects of living in a world where wild magic could manifest anywhere at any time extended far beyond the magical community. Entire cultures adapted their traditions and institutions to account for the possibility of sudden, unpredictable magical manifestations. Architecture evolved to include features designed to contain or channel wild magic surges, while legal systems developed new categories of crime and tort to address situations involving unintended magical effects. Religious thought also grappled with the theological implications of wild magic. If chaotic forces were part of the fundamental structure of reality, what did that suggest about the nature of divine order? Some faiths interpreted wild magic as evidence of divine displeasure. a punishment for mortal hubris that would be withdrawn once proper spiritual discipline was restored. Others saw it as a test of faith, a challenge that required believers to maintain their devotion even when the world around them defied rational understanding. A few progressive religious movements embraced wild magic as a manifestation of divine creativity, arguing that the unpredictable nature of chaotic forces reflected the infinite possibilities inherent in divine consciousness. From this perspective, wild magic was not a deviation from divine will, but an expression of it, a reminder that creation itself was an ongoing process of change and transformation, rather than a fixed and finished work. The study of wild magic also revealed new connections between magical phenomena and other aspects of reality that had previously been considered separate. Researchers discovered that emotional states, atmospheric conditions, and even astronomical events could influence the likelihood and intensity of wild magic manifestations. These correlations suggested that chaotic magical forces were more deeply integrated into the fabric of reality than had been previously understood. The recognition that wild magic was influenced by non-magical factors led to the development of new predictive techniques that combine traditional magical theory with insights from other disciplines. Scholars began working with astronomers, meteorologists, and even poets and artists, seeking to understand how different aspects of reality might interact to create the conditions that favored wild magic manifestations. These interdisciplinary approaches yielded insights that purely magical research had missed. The discovery that wild magic surges often correlated with specific emotional or aesthetic experiences suggested that consciousness itself played a more active role in shaping magical reality than conventional theory had acknowledged. The realization that natural phenomena could influence magical outcomes pointed toward a more holistic understanding of magic as part of a larger cosmic system, rather than a separate supernatural force. As magical civilization gradually adapted to the presence of wild magic as a permanent feature of reality, new traditions and practices emerged that incorporated chaotic forces into everyday magical work. Rather than viewing wild magic as an obstacle to be overcome or a danger to be avoided, many practitioners began to see it as a resource to be carefully and respectfully utilized. The development of chaos magic as a recognized discipline marked a significant shift in magical consciousness. Practitioners of this new art learned to deliberately invoke wild magic surges, using the unpredictable energies to accomplish goals that would be difficult or impossible through conventional spellcasting. While chaos magic remained dangerous and unpredictable, skilled practitioners could achieve remarkable results by learning to surf the waves of chaotic force rather than trying to dam or redirect them. The emergence of chaos magic as a legitimate magical discipline required the development of entirely new approaches to magical education. Traditional methods based on memorization and precise execution proved worse than useless for students learning to work with chaotic forces. Instead, chaos magic training emphasized flexibility, creativity, and the ability to improvise solutions to unexpected problems. Students of chaos magic learned to embrace failure as an essential part of the learning process, understanding that the unpredictable nature of their chosen discipline meant that even the most skilled practitioners would regularly experience outcomes they had not intended. Rather than viewing these unexpected results as mistakes to be corrected, chaos mages learned to find opportunities within apparent failures, using unintended magical effects as starting points for new discoveries and techniques. The psychological training required for chaos magic differed dramatically from that used in other magical disciplines. Where traditional magical education emphasized control and precision, chaos magic training focused on acceptance and adaptation. Students learned meditation techniques designed to increase their tolerance for uncertainty and ambiguity, developing the mental flexibility necessary to work productively with forces that could not be predicted or controlled. The philosophical implications of wild magic extended beyond its practical applications to challenge fundamental assumptions about the nature of reality itself. The existence of forces that operated according to principles beyond mortal comprehension suggested that the universe was far stranger and more complex than conventional wisdom had acknowledged. The apparent randomness of wild magic surges pointed toward the possibility that chance and uncertainty were not flaws in the cosmic design, but essential features of a reality that was still in the process of creating itself. These insights gradually influenced magical practice beyond the specialized field of chaos magic, encouraging practitioners of all disciplines to develop greater humility about the limits of their knowledge and control. The recognition that even the most carefully planned magical working could be disrupted by wild magic surges led to a more flexible approach to spellcasting that emphasized adaptation over rigid adherence to predetermined plans. The long-term cultural impact of wild magic has been to create a more dynamic and resilient magical civilization, one better equipped to handle uncertainty and change. While the constant possibility of magical chaos has eliminated some of the comfortable predictability that characterized earlier eras, it has also opened up new possibilities for growth and discovery that would have been impossible under the more rigid constraints of the original weave. In the end, wild magic serves as a constant reminder that the universe is far more vast and mysterious than mortal minds can fully comprehend. Its chaotic surges humble the proud, challenge the complacent, and offer opportunities for growth to those wise enough to embrace uncertainty as a teacher rather than fear it as an enemy. The dance between order and chaos that wild magic represents is not a cosmic mistake to be corrected, but an essential feature of a reality that remains eternally open to new possibilities and unexpected transformations. Chapter 6. Divine versus Arcane. Power freely given and power seized by force represent two fundamentally different relationships with the infinite, two opposing philosophies about the proper place of mortal beings in the cosmic order, and the price that must be paid for transcending the limitations of flesh and bone. Throughout the long history of magical development, no conflict has proven more enduring or more profound than the tension between those who seek supernatural abilities through divine favor and those who claim such power as their birthright, taking it directly from the raw forces of creation without asking permission from gods or devils. This ancient divide touches upon the deepest questions of morality, wisdom, and spiritual development, forcing practitioners of both paths to confront uncomfortable truths about the nature of authority, humility, and the ultimate source of all power. The distinction between divine and arcane magic appears deceptively simple on the surface. Divine casters receive their abilities as gifts from patron deities, while arcane practitioners develop their power through study, innate talent, or bargains with supernatural forces. Yet this surface categorization conceals layers of complexity that have challenged magical theorists for millennia. The relationship between mortal will and divine grace, between earned knowledge and granted wisdom, between personal achievement and spiritual surrender, creates philosophical tensions that cannot be resolved through mere academic analysis, but must be lived and experienced by each practitioner in their own unique journey toward magical mastery. Divine magic flows from sources that transcend mortal understanding, channeled through beings whose consciousness spans eons, and whose perspective encompasses entire planes of existence. The gods who grant magical power to their faithful servants possess wisdom accumulated across countless ages, understanding of cosmic principles that extend far beyond the limited perspective of even the most learned mortal scholars. When a cleric calls upon divine power to heal the wounded or protect the innocent, they become conduits for forces that operate according to moral and spiritual principles that have been tested across the full breadth of creation's history. This divine wisdom manifests not merely in the effects that divine magic can produce, but in the built-in safeguards that prevent its misuse. A cleric who attempts to use divine power for purposes that conflict with their deity's nature and goals will find their abilities simply failing to function, not because the god lacks power, but because divine wisdom recognizes that such uses would ultimately harm both the caster and those around them. The limitations placed upon divine magic represent not weakness, but strength. seek not restriction but protection from the corrupting influence that unlimited power inevitably carries. The price of divine magic is submission to a will greater than one's own, acceptance that ultimate authority rests with beings whose understanding surpasses mortal comprehension. This surrender of autonomy troubles many potential practitioners who see in divine magic a form of spiritual slavery that reduces the caster to nothing more than a vessel for another's power. They argue that true magical development requires the freedom to make one's own choices and learn from one's own mistakes, even when those choices lead to tragedy and those mistakes exact terrible costs. Yet those who have experienced the depth of connection that divine magic creates speak of it not as slavery, but as liberation from the burden of trying to understand and control forces beyond mortal comprehension. The cleric who surrenders their will to divine guidance finds themselves freed from the constant anxiety and moral uncertainty that plague independent practitioners. Their magic flows from a source of infinite wisdom and compassion, ensuring that their power serves purposes greater than their own limited understanding could devise. The development of divine magical ability requires a fundamentally different approach to spiritual growth than that demanded by arcane arts. Where arcane practitioners focus on accumulating knowledge and developing technical skill, divine casters must cultivate faith, devotion, and moral clarity. Their advancement comes not through mastering increasingly complex formulas or techniques, but through deepening their relationship with their patron deity and aligning their personal will more completely with divine purpose. This alignment process often involves profound personal transformation that extends far beyond the development of magical ability. Divine casters frequently report experiencing fundamental changes in their values, priorities, and understanding of their place in the cosmic order. The selfish ambitions and petty concerns that motivate much mortal behavior gradually give way to a broader perspective that encompasses the welfare of entire communities, planes of existence, and cycles of cosmic development. The training required for divine magic emphasizes moral and spiritual development over technical proficiency. Prospective clerics spend years in contemplation and service, learning to recognize and respond to divine guidance in all aspects of their lives. They study not merely the mechanics of spellcasting, but the ethical frameworks that determine when and how their abilities should be used. Their education includes extensive exposure to the suffering and need that exist throughout creation, ensuring that their power will be grounded in genuine compassion rather than abstract theological principle. This emphasis on moral development creates divine casters who are generally more stable and reliable than their arcane counterparts. The built-in ethical constraints of divine magic prevent the kind of spectacular corruption and catastrophic abuse of power that has characterized much arcane magical history. Divine casters may make mistakes in judgment or fall victim to pride and ambition, but the fundamental safeguards of their magical system prevent these character flaws from manifesting as reality-threatening disasters. Yet this stability comes at the cost of innovation and creative development. Divine magic operates within parameters established by divine will, limiting the range of effects that can be achieved, and preventing the kind of experimental advancement that has driven much arcane magical progress. While divine casters can become highly skilled within their chosen domains, they cannot push beyond the boundaries that their patron deities have established without risking the loss of their magical abilities entirely. Arcane magic represents the opposite approach to supernatural power, based on the principle that the forces underlying magical reality are natural phenomena that can be understood and mastered through diligent study and practice. Arcane practitioners reject the notion that magical power must be granted by higher authorities, arguing that the ability to manipulate reality through will and knowledge is an inherent right of all conscious beings. They see the restrictions and limitations that characterize divine magic not as protective safeguards, but as artificial constraints that prevent the full development of mortal potential. The philosophical foundation of arcane magic rests upon the belief that knowledge itself is power, and that sufficient understanding of cosmic principles allows mortal minds to achieve effects that rival or exceed those of divine beings. This confidence in mortal potential drives arcane practitioners to constant experimentation and advancement, pushing the boundaries of what magic can accomplish with each new generation of scholars and researchers. The freedom that arcane magic offers comes with corresponding dangers that divine magic safeguards are designed to prevent. Without the built-in ethical constraints that guide divine casters, arcane practitioners must develop their own moral frameworks to govern the use of their abilities. This personal responsibility for ethical decision-making has led to some of the greatest triumphs and most spectacular disasters in magical history, as individual practitioners have either risen to wisdom and compassion, or fallen victim to corruption and hubris. The study required for arcane magical mastery demands a different form of dedication than that needed for divine magic, where divine casters must cultivate faith and devotion. Arcane practitioners must develop intellectual discipline and technical precision. They spend years memorizing complex formulas, practicing precise gestures and pronunciations, and accumulating vast stores of theoretical knowledge about the fundamental forces that govern magical reality. This intellectual approach to magic creates practitioners who are highly knowledgeable about the technical aspects of spellcasting, but may lack the moral and spiritual development that divine training provides. The wizard who can reshape reality with a gesture may still struggle with basic questions of right and wrong, having devoted their education to mastering cosmic forces rather than understanding their proper application. The advancement of arcane magical ability depends primarily on the practitioner's own effort and talent, rather than external approval or support. This self-reliance creates a sense of personal achievement and ownership that divine casters may never experience, but it also places the full burden of responsibility for magical development on the individual practitioner's shoulders. Success or failure in arcane magic depends entirely on the practitioner's own capabilities and choices, without the safety net of divine guidance and protection. The experimental nature of arcane magical development has led to remarkable innovations and discoveries that have advanced the understanding of magical reality far beyond what would have been possible under the constraints of divine magic alone. Arcane practitioners have developed new spells and techniques, discovered previously unknown magical principles, and pushed the boundaries of what magic can accomplish in ways that have benefited all magical practitioners regardless of their chosen path. Yet this same experimental approach has also produced disasters that have threatened the stability of entire civilizations. The fall of Netheril, the spell plague, and countless smaller catastrophes throughout magical history have resulted from arcane practitioners pursuing knowledge and power without sufficient consideration for the consequences of their actions. The freedom that arcane magic offers to transcend established limitations has repeatedly proven to be both its greatest strength and its most dangerous weakness. The relationship between divine and arcane magic has evolved throughout history as practitioners of both paths have learned from each other's successes and failures. Early in magical history, the two approaches were often seen as completely incompatible, with divine casters viewing arcane practitioners as dangerous rebels against cosmic order, and arcane practitioners seeing divine casters as slaves to superstition and fear. This mutual hostility gradually gave way to recognition that both approaches offered valuable insights into the nature of magical reality. Divine casters began to appreciate the innovations and discoveries that arcane research had made possible, while arcane practitioners came to understand the wisdom inherent in divine magic's built-in safeguards and ethical constraints. The development of hybrid traditions that combined elements of both divine and arcane magic marked a significant advance in magical understanding. Classes like paladins, rangers, and certain types of bards demonstrated that it was possible to integrate divine favor with personal magical development, creating practitioners who enjoyed both the stability of divine guidance and the flexibility of arcane innovation. These hybrid approaches required practitioners to balance the competing demands of divine service and personal magical development, learning to navigate the tension between submission to divine will and assertion of individual creativity. Success in such traditions demanded both the faith and devotion needed for divine magic and the intellectual discipline required for arcane arts, creating practitioners who were often more well-rounded and capable than specialists in either single approach. The theological implications of hybrid magical traditions challenged established beliefs about the nature of divine authority and mortal autonomy. If gods were willing to grant magical power to practitioners who also pursued arcane studies, what did that suggest about the supposed incompatibility between divine and arcane approaches? If divine beings could work cooperatively with mortal magical development rather than simply overruling it, perhaps the relationship between divine and mortal will was more complex and nuanced than either purely divine or purely arcane traditions had acknowledged. The study of planar magic revealed additional layers of complexity in the relationship between divine and arcane power. On planes where divine influence was weak or absent, arcane magic often functioned normally or even enhanced, while divine magic might fail entirely. Conversely, on planes strongly aligned with particular deities, divine magic flourished while arcane practitioners found their abilities constrained or altered by the overwhelming presence of divine will. These planar variations suggested that the distinction between divine and arcane magic might be more contextual than absolute, dependent on the fundamental nature of the reality in which magical power was being exercised. In some cosmic environments, arcane approaches to magic might be more appropriate and effective, while in others, divine methods might offer superior results. The discovery that certain planes seemed to favor hybrid approaches to magic provided additional evidence for the value of integrated magical traditions. On these planes, practitioners who combined divine and arcane elements often achieved better results than specialists in either single approach, suggesting that the tension between divine and arcane magic might itself be a source of enhanced magical capability rather than a limitation to be overcome. The moral and ethical dimensions of the divine versus arcane debate extend far beyond questions of magical technique to touch upon fundamental issues of personal development and spiritual growth. The choice between divine and arcane magic often reflects deeper philosophical commitments about the nature of authority, responsibility, and the proper relationship between individual will and cosmic order. Divine magic appeals to those who find comfort and strength in being part of something greater than themselves, who value the security and guidance that come from aligning their personal will with divine purpose. These practitioners often develop a profound sense of meaning and belonging that sustains them through difficult periods and challenges, drawing strength from their connection to eternal truths and cosmic principles. Arcane magic attracts those who value personal autonomy and intellectual achievement, who find fulfillment in pushing the boundaries of knowledge and capability through their own effort and determination. These practitioners often develop remarkable self-reliance and confidence, becoming capable of achieving extraordinary results through the application of will and knowledge to cosmic forces. Yet both approaches carry inherent dangers that reflect their fundamental orientations. Divine casters risk becoming so dependent on divine guidance that they lose the ability to think and act independently, potentially becoming rigid fundamentalists who cannot adapt to changing circumstances or new moral challenges. Their certainty about divine will may blind them to the legitimate concerns and perspectives of those who follow different paths or hold different beliefs. Arcane practitioners face the opposite danger of becoming so focused on personal power and achievement that they lose sight of the broader consequences of their actions. Their confidence in their own judgment may lead them to dismiss warnings and advice from others, potentially resulting in catastrophic mistakes that could have been avoided through greater humility and consultation. The integration of divine and arcane approaches offers the potential to avoid these characteristic pitfalls by balancing the strengths of each tradition against the weaknesses of the other. Practitioners who combine divine guidance with personal magical development may achieve greater wisdom and capability than specialists in either single approach, but only if they successfully navigate the complex challenges that such integration creates. The study of magical history reveals cycles of conflict and cooperation between divine and arcane traditions that reflect broader cultural and spiritual developments within magical civilization. Periods of rapid arcane advancement often coincide with times of religious skepticism and cultural emphasis on individual achievement, while eras of divine magical prominence typically correspond with times of spiritual renewal and communal focus. These historical patterns suggest that the balance between divine and arcane approaches to magic may be influenced by factors extending far beyond the magical community itself. Social, political, and cultural developments all seem to affect the relative appeal and effectiveness of different magical traditions, creating complex feedback loops between magical practice and broader civilizational trends. The current era appears to be characterized by increasing recognition of the value of integrated approaches that combine elements from both divine and arcane traditions. This synthesis reflects a growing understanding that the choice between divine and arcane magic may be a false dichotomy, that both approaches offer partial insights into magical reality that achieve their full potential only when combined with perspectives from other traditions. The development of new magical classes and traditions that explicitly integrate divine and arcane elements suggests that future magical development may be characterized by increasing synthesis rather than continued specialization. These emerging traditions offer the promise of magical practitioners who combine the moral stability of divine magic with the innovative potential of arcane research, creating a new generation of casters who are both wise and powerful, both humble and confident. Yet the success of such integrated approaches depends ultimately on the individual practitioner's ability to maintain the delicate balance between competing values and priorities. The tension between divine submission and personal autonomy, between traditional wisdom and innovative discovery, between collective responsibility and individual achievement, cannot be resolved through simple formulas or techniques, but must be navigated through careful judgment and continuous spiritual development. In the end, the relationship between divine and arcane magic reflects the broader tension between security and freedom, between tradition and innovation, between accepting guidance from higher authorities and taking responsibility for one's own choices and their consequences. Neither approach offers a complete solution to the challenges of magical development, but both contribute essential elements to a full understanding of what magic can and should be used to accomplish. The continuing evolution of magical tradition suggests that future practitioners will inherit not a resolved conflict between divine and arcane approaches, but an ongoing creative tension that drives continued growth and development in magical understanding. The choice facing each individual practitioner will not be whether to follow divine or arcane paths, but how to integrate insights from both traditions into a personal approach that serves both their own development and the greater good of all creation. Chapter 7: Forbidden Arts. There exists within the vast library of magical knowledge a collection of texts that are written not in ink upon parchment, but in suffering upon the soul, spells whose components are not herbs and gemstones, but the broken trust of friends and the anguished cries of the innocent. These are the forbidden arts, those branches of magical study that civilized society has deemed too dangerous, too corrupting, or too morally repugnant to be pursued by any save those who have already abandoned their claim to wisdom and compassion. Yet, for all their terrible reputation, these dark practices continue to attract new adherents in every generation, drawn by promises of power that conventional magic cannot provide, and solutions to problems that ethical methods cannot solve. The very concept of forbidden magic raises profound questions about the nature of knowledge itself. Can any understanding truly be inherently evil, or does moral corruption arise only from the application of that understanding to harmful purposes? Who possesses the authority to declare certain areas of study off limits to inquiring minds? And perhaps most troubling of all, what drives intelligent, educated individuals to pursue knowledge that they know will likely damn their souls and destroy everything they claim to value? The answers to these questions lie not in abstract philosophical debate, but in the lived experiences of those who have walked the dark paths of forbidden magic, whether as practitioners who sought power at any cost, or as witnesses who observed the gradual transformation of friends and colleagues into something no longer recognizably human. The forbidden arts corrupt not through sudden dramatic transformation, but through slow, incremental changes that make each step down the dark path seem reasonable, even necessary, until the practitioner finds themselves standing in a place from which no return is possible. Necromancy, perhaps the most universally feared of all magical schools, exemplifies both the seductive appeal and the ultimate horror of forbidden magical practice. To the casual observer, necromancy appears to be simply magic that deals with death and the undead, a specialization no more inherently evil than evocation or transmutation. Yet those who have studied the deeper principles underlying necromantic practice understand that this school of magic operates according to fundamentally different principles than other forms of spellcasting. Where most magic seeks to work with the natural flows of cosmic energy, necromancy deliberately violates the fundamental order that separates life from death, positive energy from negative, the quick from the dead. Every necromantic spell represents an assault upon the cosmic balance that makes existence possible, a willful act of rebellion against the natural cycles that govern all creation. The necromancer does not merely manipulate death as other mages manipulate fire or ice. They assert their will against the very foundations of reality itself. The corruption inherent in necromantic practice begins subtly, often manifesting first as emotional detachment from the living world. The constant exposure to death energy that necromantic study requires gradually numbs the practitioner's capacity for positive emotion, making it increasingly difficult to feel joy, love, or compassion. Thought begins as scholarly interest in the mechanics of mortality, slowly transforms into a cold indifference to the suffering of others, then into active contempt for the weakness and sentimentality that the necromancer perceives in those who remain attached to life. This emotional deadening is accompanied by physical changes that reflect the necromancer's growing connection to the realm of death. The skin grows pale and cold, the eyes lose their warmth and vitality, and the very presence of an advanced necromancer creates an aura of unease and dread in normal living beings. These changes are not merely cosmetic, but represent fundamental alterations in the necromancer's essential nature, a gradual transformation from living being to something that exists in the twilight space between life and death. The practical applications of necromantic magic often seem to justify the moral and spiritual costs of its study. Necromancers can speak with the dead to gain information unavailable through any other means, animate corpses to serve as tireless laborers or guardians, and manipulate the boundary between life and death in ways that can provide immunity to disease, poison, and even aging itself. For those facing desperate circumstances, a kingdom threatened by overwhelming enemies, a plague that conventional healing cannot cure, or the death of a beloved family member, necromancy offers solutions that no other magical school can provide. Yet the costs of such solutions inevitably prove far greater than their apparent benefits. The information gained from questioning the dead often comes twisted by the resentment and confusion that characterizes most undead consciousness. The animated corpses that seem to offer unlimited labor capacity carry with them the spiritual pollution that makes their continued presence a blight upon the living world. The immunity to death's natural processes that necromancy can provide comes at the cost of immunity to life's joys and satisfactions as well. Perhaps most tragically, the necromancer's efforts to preserve or restore life often result in a grotesque parody of what they sought to save. The resurrection spells that necromancy offers bring back not the beloved dead, but hollow mockeries that possess the memories and appearance of those who have passed, while lacking the vital spark that made them truly alive. The loved ones that desperate necromancers seek to restore become instead a constant reminder of the futility of trying to cheat death through magical force. Blood magic represents another category of forbidden practice that attracts practitioners through promises of enhanced power and more intimate connection to the fundamental forces of life. The underlying principle of blood magic rests upon the recognition that life force itself can be harvested and manipulated through the spilling of blood, whether one's own or that of others. This approach to magic offers access to power levels that far exceed what conventional spellcasting can achieve, but only at the cost of participating in a system that treats conscious beings as resources to be consumed. The appeal of blood magic often begins with seemingly innocent experimentation in using one's own life force to enhance magical effects. Many practitioners discover that minor cuts or wounds can provide significant boosts to spell power, allowing them to achieve results that would normally require much more preparation and effort. This initial success creates a powerful psychological association between pain and power that can quickly develop into a dangerous addiction to increasingly extreme forms of self-harm. The progression from self-mutilation to the exploitation of others follows a predictable pattern that has been documented in countless cases throughout magical history. As the practitioner's tolerance for pain increases and their magical power demands grow, the amount of personal blood required to achieve desired effects becomes unsustainable. The obvious solution, using the blood of others, initially seems justified by necessity and rationalized through various moral arguments about the greater good that such sacrifices will serve. The voluntary donors who initially provide blood for magical experiments gradually give way to unwilling victims as the practitioner's needs become more demanding and their moral inhibitions weaken. What begins with small amounts of freely given blood eventually requires the complete exsanguination of sentient beings, transforming the blood mage into a predator who views all other living creatures as potential sources of power, rather than as fellow conscious beings, deserving of respect and compassion. The psychological transformation that accompanies advanced blood magic practice often proves more horrifying than the physical effects of the magic itself. Blood mages develop an increasingly intimate relationship with violence and suffering, learning to derive not merely magical power, but emotional satisfaction from the act of inflicting pain and harvesting life force. The normal human capacity for empathy and moral restraint becomes not merely weakened, but actively reversed, so that the blood mage experiences others' suffering as a source of pleasure rather than revulsion. Demon worship and infernal bargaining represent perhaps the most obviously corrupting of all forbidden magical practices, involving direct cooperation with entities whose fundamental nature embodies evil and destruction. Yet the appeal of such practices often begins not with a desire to embrace evil, but with seemingly reasonable calculations about the benefits and costs of supernatural alliances. Demons and devils possess knowledge and power that far exceed mortal capabilities, and they are often willing to share such resources in exchange for services that may initially seem relatively minor or harmless. The contracts that form the foundation of infernal magic are crafted with malicious cunning that takes advantage of mortal psychology and the tendency to focus on immediate benefits while discounting long-term costs. The demon who offers great power in exchange for seemingly trivial services creates a sense of obligation and gratitude in the mortal contractor that makes it increasingly difficult to refuse future, more demanding requests. Each successful transaction creates precedent for the next, gradually drawing the practitioner deeper into a web of supernatural obligation from which escape becomes increasingly impossible. The knowledge that infernal beings provide often proves to be both more and less than what the practitioner expected. Demons and devils delight in providing information that is technically accurate, but presented in ways that lead to disastrous misunderstandings. The power they grant comes with hidden limitations and costs that become apparent only after the practitioner has become dependent upon infernal assistance. The protection they offer against earthly threats may come at the cost of vulnerability to spiritual dangers that prove far more devastating than any mundane peril. The gradual corruption of those who traffic with infernal powers follows patterns that have remained consistent across cultures and centuries. The initial changes are often so subtle as to be nearly imperceptible. A slight increase in selfishness, a growing impatience with moral considerations that interfere with practical goals, a tendency to justify increasingly questionable actions through elaborate rationalizations. These small compromises create momentum for larger ones, as the practitioner's moral framework erodes and their capacity for ethical reasoning becomes progressively impaired. The final stages of infernal corruption transform the practitioner into something that retains the appearance and memories of their former self, while being fundamentally alien in motivation and character. The human capacity for love, compassion, and moral reasoning is replaced by a cold calculus that views all relationships and interactions in terms of advantage and exploitation. The practitioner becomes, in effect, a human-shaped demon whose apparent familiarity makes them far more dangerous than any obviously supernatural threat. Soul magic represents perhaps the most fundamentally perverted of all forbidden arts, involving the direct manipulation of the essential spiritual essence that defines conscious beings. Practitioners of soul magic learn to extract, modify, and transfer the spiritual essence of living beings, treating souls as raw materials to be processed according to their needs and desires. This practice represents the ultimate violation of personal autonomy and spiritual integrity, reducing conscious beings to collections of useful components to be harvested and rearranged. The theoretical foundations of soul magic rest upon insights into the nature of consciousness and identity that are genuinely valuable and could potentially contribute to beneficial magical research. Understanding how memory, personality, and spiritual essence interact could lead to improved healing magic, better methods for treating mental illness, and more effective protection against various forms of supernatural attack. Yet the practical application of such knowledge inevitably requires experimentation that treats conscious beings as laboratory subjects, violating their fundamental dignity and autonomy in ways that no beneficial outcome could justify. The practitioners of soul magic often begin their studies with apparently noble goals, healing the mentally ill, protecting against possession or spiritual attack, or preserving the consciousness of dying loved ones. These humanitarian motivations provide powerful psychological justification for research that gradually becomes increasingly invasive and harmful. The soul mage, who begins by attempting to repair minor spiritual damage, soon discovers that more dramatic results require more extensive manipulation, leading inevitably to experiments that cause permanent harm to their subjects. The corruption inherent in soul magic extends beyond the immediate harm caused to experimental subjects to affect the fundamental nature of the practitioner's own spiritual essence. Working with souls requires the development of magical senses that can perceive and manipulate spiritual energy directly, but such enhanced perception comes with the terrible burden of experiencing others' suffering in the most intimate and immediate way possible. The soul mage cannot remain emotionally detached from their work, because their enhanced spiritual awareness makes them directly experience the anguish they inflict upon their subjects. This direct exposure to the suffering they cause creates a psychological defense mechanism that gradually transforms the soul mage's emotional responses to pain and trauma. Rather than developing greater empathy and compassion through their enhanced spiritual awareness, soul mages typically become increasingly callous and cruel as they learn to cope with the overwhelming emotional input their work generates. The capacity for normal human emotional response becomes a liability that must be suppressed or eliminated in order to continue their research. The study of forbidden magical arts reveals patterns of corruption and transformation that appear to be universal, regardless of the specific practices involved. All forbidden magic shares certain characteristics that distinguish it from legitimate magical research. It treats conscious beings as objects to be manipulated, rather than subjects to be respected. It requires the practitioner to abandon normal moral constraints in pursuit of power or knowledge, and it creates psychological and spiritual changes that make it increasingly difficult for the practitioner to maintain normal human relationships and emotional responses. These common features suggest that the corruption associated with forbidden magic may not be an accidental side effect, but an intrinsic component of practices that violate fundamental ethical principles. The moral degradation that characterizes advanced practitioners of forbidden arts appears to be not merely a risk that can be mitigated through careful precautions, but an inevitable consequence of magical practices that are inherently incompatible with maintaining one's essential humanity. The question of why forbidden magical knowledge continues to attract new practitioners despite the well-documented dangers and inevitable tragic outcomes, reveals troubling aspects of mortal psychology that extend far beyond the magical community. The appeal of forbidden knowledge often lies not in its practical applications, but in its very prohibition, offering the intoxicating sense of transgression and superiority that comes from accessing secrets that others dare not pursue. The practitioners who turn to forbidden magic are often individuals who have experienced profound losses or failures that conventional methods have proven unable to address. The necromancer seeks to restore a dead loved one. The blood mage attempts to gain power sufficient to protect those under their care. The demon worshipper tries to acquire resources needed to solve seemingly impossible problems. The forbidden arts offer hope to the hopeless, promising solutions to problems that ethical methods cannot solve. Yet this apparent compassion and desperation that motivates initial exploration of forbidden magic typically masks deeper character flaws that make such practitioners particularly susceptible to corruption. The willingness to pursue forbidden knowledge often reflects an underlying arrogance that refuses to accept the limitations that constrain normal moral beings, a sense of entitlement that justifies violating ethical principles in pursuit of personal goals, and a fundamental lack of respect for the autonomy and dignity of others. The transformation that forbidden magic works upon its practitioners serves as a form of cosmic justice that ensures the ultimate failure of their original goals. The necromancer who seeks to restore life creates only pale mockeries of what they sought to save. The blood mage who pursues power to protect others becomes a threat from whom those same others must be protected. The demon worshipper who bargains for supernatural assistance becomes enslaved to entities whose nature makes genuine assistance impossible. This pattern of self-defeating outcomes suggests that forbidden magic may be inherently self-limiting, containing within itself the seeds of its own destruction. The corruption that such practices inflict upon their practitioners ensures that they ultimately become incapable of achieving the goals that originally motivated their research, creating a tragic irony in which the pursuit of ultimate power leads inevitably to ultimate powerlessness. The study of forbidden magical arts provides valuable insights into the moral and spiritual dimensions of magical practice that extend far beyond the specific techniques and traditions involved. The clear patterns of corruption and degradation that characterize forbidden magic serve as powerful illustrations of the importance of maintaining ethical constraints in all magical research, demonstrating through negative example the wisdom inherent in traditional restrictions and limitations. The existence of forbidden magic also highlights the fundamental importance of moral character in determining the ultimate outcome of magical practice. Knowledge and power, however great, cannot compensate for fundamental character flaws that make the practitioner susceptible to corruption and unable to use their abilities wisely. The forbidden arts attract those who lack the moral foundation necessary for responsible magical practice, offering them power that they cannot handle and knowledge that they cannot use beneficially. In the end, the forbidden arts serve as a constant reminder that the greatest magical achievement is not the accumulation of power or knowledge, but the development of wisdom and character necessary to use such resources beneficially. The true measure of a magical practitioner lies not in what they can accomplish through force or cleverness, but in what they choose not to do despite having the ability to do it. The forbidden arts represent the ultimate test of moral character, offering enormous temptations that reveal whether the practitioner possesses the wisdom and restraint necessary to pursue magical knowledge without losing their essential humanity in the process. Chapter 8. Artifacts of Legend. In the deepest vaults of ancient ruins and the most sacred chambers of divine temples lie objects that transcend the ordinary boundaries between the magical and the mundane. Items so suffused with cosmic power that they have become focal points for the fundamental forces that shape reality itself. These are the legendary artifacts, creations that represent the absolute pinnacle of magical craftsmanship and the ultimate expression of mortal ambition to rival the gods in their ability to reshape the world according to their will. Yet for all their incredible power, these wondrous items carry within them the seeds of their own tragedy, for they inevitably demand prices from their wielders that few are prepared to pay, and fewer still can afford to give. The creation of a true artifact requires more than mere technical skill or accumulated magical knowledge. It demands the sacrifice of something essential from its maker, a portion of their very soul poured into the item to give it the spark of semi-independent existence that separates artifacts from even the most powerful conventional magic items. This fundamental requirement ensures that the most legendary artifacts are born from moments of supreme crisis or transcendent purpose, when their creators willingly accepted the diminishment of their own essence in service of goals they deemed more important than their personal survival or spiritual integrity. The Rod of Seven Parts stands as perhaps the most enigmatic and cosmically significant of all artifacts, a creation whose origins reach back to the earliest conflicts between law and chaos, order and entropy, creation and destruction. Forged in the crucible of a war that spanned multiple planes of existence and threatened the very foundations of reality, the rod was designed not merely as a weapon or tool, but as a stabilizing force capable of maintaining cosmic balance. When the fundamental forces of existence threatened to tear the multiverse apart through their eternal conflict, the seven segments of the rod each embody a different aspect of cosmic law, from the most basic principles of cause and effect to the complex moral and spiritual frameworks that govern the relationship between conscious beings and the universe they inhabit. When assembled, these segments create a weapon of unimaginable power that can reshape reality according to the wielder's will, imposing order upon chaos with such devastating effectiveness that even the most powerful demons and devils flee before its cosmic authority. Yet, the rod's power comes with constraints that reflect the wisdom of its creators and the fundamental nature of the cosmic forces it channels. The artifact can only be assembled by one who truly understands the principles of law and order that it embodies, and its use requires constant vigilance to prevent the terrible consequences that would result from imposing perfect order upon a universe that requires chaos and change to maintain its vitality and growth. The quest to gather the seven segments has driven countless heroes and villains across the ages, each believing themselves capable of wielding the rod's ultimate power responsibly. Yet the artifact's history reveals a consistent pattern of tragedy and disappointment among those who have sought to claim it. The power that the complete rod offers proves too great for mortal consciousness to contain safely, transforming even the most well-intentioned wielders into rigid tyrants who attempt to impose their limited understanding of cosmic law upon a universe far too complex and dynamic for any single perspective to comprehend fully. The crown of horns represents the dark mirror of divine authority, an artifact created through the sacrifice of countless innocents and the deliberate perversion of holy power into something unspeakably evil. Forged by the demon prince Orcus, as both weapon and symbol of his dominion over death and undeath, the crown embodies the ultimate corruption of legitimate authority, transforming the noble concept of rulership into a grotesque parody that serves only destruction and despair. The power that the crown grants to its wearer extends far beyond mere necromantic enhancement, though its abilities in that sphere are indeed formidable. More fundamentally, the artifact serves as a conduit for the raw negative energy that flows from the deepest layers of the abyss, allowing its wielder to channel forces of entropy and destruction that can unmake the very fabric of reality itself. Cities can be reduced to lifeless wastelands with a gesture, entire armies transformed into undead servants with a word, and the boundary between life and death obliterated wherever the crown's influence extends. Yet the crown's power comes with a price that makes it perhaps the most dangerous artifact ever created. The negative energy that flows through the crown gradually consumes the life force and spiritual essence of its wielder, transforming them into a conduit for destruction that ultimately serves Orcus's goals rather than their own. The crown does not grant power so much as loan it, and the interest on that loan is paid in the gradual erosion of everything that makes the wielder human. The tragic history of the crown's wielders reads like a catalogue of ambition corrupted and nobility transformed into evil. Each has believed themselves strong enough to control the artifact's power while resisting its corrupting influence, and each has ultimately become nothing more than another instrument of Orcus's will, their original goals and values sacrificed on the altar of their hunger for ultimate power. The hand and eye of Vecna represent artifacts born from the ultimate sacrifice of a mortal who achieved godhood through the deliberate abandonment of his humanity. These body parts, severed from the Archleek who would become a deity of secrets and undeath, retain not only immense magical power, but also fragments of Vecna's consciousness and will, making them among the most insidiously dangerous artifacts ever created. The hand grants its bearer incredible magical abilities, from the power to cast the most devastating spells without components or preparation to the ability to kill with a touch and raise the dead with a gesture. The eye provides supernatural perception that can pierce any illusion, see through any deception, and perceive the deepest secrets hidden in mortal hearts. Together, these artifacts offer power that rivals that of lesser gods, making their bearer a force capable of reshaping entire kingdoms according to their will. Yet the true horror of these artifacts lies not in their immediate effects, but in their gradual influence upon their bearer's consciousness and identity. The hand and eye carry within them echoes of Vecna's personality and goals, subtle influences that slowly align the bearer's thoughts and desires with those of the ancient god of secrets. What begins as the bearer's use of the artifacts gradually transforms into the artifact's use of the bearer, creating a puppet who believes themselves to be acting according to their own will, while actually serving as an instrument of Vecna's cosmic agenda. The corruption that these artifacts work upon their bearers is so subtle and gradual that it often goes unnoticed until it has progressed beyond any possibility of reversal. The bearer's original personality and values are not destroyed, but slowly twisted and reinterpreted, so that actions that would once have been unthinkable come to seem not only reasonable but necessary. The artifacts do not force their bearers to become evil, so much as they redefine evil as good, creating willing servants who believe themselves to be pursuing noble goals, even as they work to advance the interests of one of the most malevolent entities in all creation. The Sphere of Annihilation represents perhaps the most terrifying artifact ever created, a device that embodies the ultimate expression of destructive power in its purest form. Unlike other artifacts that channel cosmic forces towards specific ends, the sphere simply destroys, consuming matter and energy with an efficiency so complete that not even magic can restore what it has unmade. The sphere represents entropy incarnate, a piece of the void between realities given physical form and constrained within magical boundaries that barely contain its hunger to return all existence to primordial nothingness. The creation of the sphere required magical techniques so dangerous and morally questionable that even the most detailed historical accounts refuse to describe them in detail. What is known is that its making required the sacrifice of an entire civilization, their life force and spiritual essence consumed to power the cosmic workings necessary to tear a hole in reality itself and bind the resulting void into a form that could be controlled and directed. The power that the sphere offers to those who learn to control it is absolute within its sphere of influence, providing the ability to destroy anything, gods, artifacts, even concepts and abstractions with complete finality. No resurrection, no restoration, no divine intervention can restore what the sphere has consumed. It represents the ultimate weapon against any foe, the final solution to any problem that can be solved through destruction. Yet the sphere's power comes with a terrible weakness that makes it as dangerous to its controllers as to their enemies. The artifact's hunger for destruction cannot be truly satisfied or permanently contained, and it constantly seeks to expand its influence and consume more of the reality around it. Those who attempt to use the sphere must maintain constant vigilance and perfect control, for even the slightest lapse in concentration can result in the artifact turning its destructive power upon its would-be master. The history of the sphere is littered with the remnants of those who believed themselves capable of safely harnessing its power. Entire magical academies have vanished without trace when experiments with the artifact went wrong, and more than one attempt to use the sphere as a weapon has resulted in the destruction of the very forces it was meant to protect. The artifact serves as a stark reminder that some forms of power, are simply too dangerous to be wielded by mortal beings, regardless of their skill or intentions. The Deck of Many Things occupies a unique position among legendary artifacts, representing not controlled magical power, but the influence of pure chance and cosmic irony upon mortal affairs. Each card in the deck embodies a different aspect of fate and fortune, from the most beneficial blessings to the most catastrophic curses, and drawing from the deck sets in motion, forces that operate according to principles beyond mortal understanding or control. The appeal of the deck lies in its promise of instant transformation, offering the possibility of gaining incredible wealth, power, or knowledge through a single lucky draw. Heroes facing impossible odds and merchants on the verge of ruin have turned to the deck as a last resort, hoping that fortune will smile upon them and grant the miraculous intervention they need to achieve their goals. Yet the deck's power operates according to a cosmic sense of balance that ensures that great gains are matched by equally great losses, that extraordinary good fortune is balanced by devastating catastrophe. The merchant who draws wealth beyond imagining may find that his good fortune comes at the cost of losing everything he truly valued. The hero who gains the power needed to defeat a great evil may discover that his victory has created an even greater threat that his enhanced abilities are insufficient to address. The deck serves as a powerful metaphor for the role of chance and uncontrolled forces in shaping mortal destiny. It reminds those who encounter it that not everything in existence can be planned, controlled, or predicted, and that even the most careful preparations and noble intentions can be undone by forces that operate according to principles beyond mortal comprehension. The artifact's history reveals a consistent pattern of dramatic reversals of fortune that have shaped the course of entire civilizations. Kingdoms have risen and fallen based on a single card drawn from the deck, and more than one historical turning point can be traced to the influence of this mysterious artifact. The deck represents the ultimate wild card in the cosmic game of existence, a reminder that fate reserves the right to intervene in mortal affairs in ways that no amount of power or wisdom can anticipate or prevent. The orbs of dragonkind represent a category of artifacts created specifically to establish dominion over one of the most powerful and independent types of creatures in all creation. These crystal spheres, each attuned to a different variety of dragon, offer their wielders the ability to command and control dragons as if they were mere beasts rather than the ancient, intelligent beings they truly are. The power that the orbs provide extends beyond simple mind control to encompass the ability to tap into the primal magical forces that dragons embody. The wielder of an orb gains access not only to draconic abilities like breath weapons and enhanced physical power, but also to the deep magical knowledge that elder dragons accumulate over their centuries of existence. In effect, the orb allows its user to become a dragon in all but physical form, gaining the benefits of centuries of magical study and development without the corresponding investment of time and effort. Yet the creation of the orbs required the willing cooperation of ancient dragons who agreed to bind portions of their essence into the artifacts, and these draconic spirits retain consciousness and will even within their crystalline prisons. The relationship between the orb and its wielder is not one of simple master and tool, but rather a complex negotiation between the human user and the dragon spirit contained within the artifact. This draconic consciousness can prove either a blessing or a curse, depending on the character and goals of the orb's wielder. Those who approach the artifact with respect and wisdom may find themselves guided by ancient knowledge and protected by draconic cunning. However, wielders who attempt to use the orb's power for selfish or destructive purposes often discover that the dragon spirit within the artifact has its own agenda and is perfectly capable of turning the orb's power against its nominal master. The complex relationship between dragon and wielder that the orbs create serves as a microcosm of the broader relationship between mortals and the cosmic forces they seek to control through magical means. The orbs demonstrate that true power cannot be simply seized or commanded, but must be earned through the development of wisdom, character, and the ability to form meaningful relationships with forces greater than oneself. The apparatus of Qualish represents a different type of legendary artifact, one that embodies the marriage of magic and technology in ways that challenge conventional understanding of both disciplines. This mechanical crab, powered by magical forces but operating according to engineering principles, demonstrates that the boundaries between arcane and mundane knowledge are far more fluid than most scholars acknowledge. The apparatus functions as both vehicle and weapon, capable of underwater travel at depths that would crush any conventional vessel while providing its operator with formidable combat capabilities. Its mechanical systems are so precisely engineered and magically enhanced that they continue to function perfectly centuries after their creation, operating with a reliability that puts most modern magical constructs to shame. The artifact's significance extends beyond its immediate practical applications to encompass broader questions about the relationship between magical and technological development. The apparatus demonstrates that sufficiently advanced technology can achieve effects indistinguishable from magic, while also showing that magical enhancement can elevate mechanical systems to levels of capability that pure technology alone could never achieve. The creation of the apparatus required knowledge and skills that spanned multiple disciplines, combining expertise in mechanical engineering, magical enchantment, and the practical requirements of underwater exploration and combat. Its maker, the legendary artificer Qualish, represents a type of magical practitioner that challenges conventional categories, neither pure wizard nor mundane inventor, but something that transcends both traditional approaches to understanding and manipulating reality. The artifact serves as a reminder that magical development need not follow the narrow paths laid down by traditional schools and disciplines. Innovation often comes from those willing to explore the borderlands between different areas of knowledge, creating synthesis that opens up entirely new possibilities for magical practice and understanding. The study of legendary artifacts reveals patterns and principles that extend far beyond the individual items themselves to encompass broader truths about the nature of power, ambition, and the relationship between mortal will and cosmic forces. Each artifact represents not merely a tool or weapon, but a crystallized moment of supreme magical achievement, a permanent record of what can be accomplished when skill, knowledge, and will are combined in pursuit of transcendent goals. Yet the consistent pattern of tragedy and corruption that surrounds these legendary items suggests that there may be fundamental limits to how much power mortal beings can safely wield, regardless of their wisdom or good intentions. The artifacts serve as tests that reveal the true character of those who encounter them, stripping away pretense and self-deception to expose the deepest motivations and values that drive human behavior. The corruption that artifacts often work upon their wielders appears to be not an accidental side effect, but an intrinsic feature of items that channel cosmic forces too great for mortal consciousness to contain safely. The gradual transformation of noble heroes into tyrants and villains represents not personal failure, but the inevitable result of attempting to bear burdens that exceed the capacity of mortal minds and souls. In the end, the legendary artifacts serve as both inspiration and warning to those who would seek ultimate power. They demonstrate the incredible heights that mortal achievement can reach, while also illustrating the terrible costs that such achievement inevitably demands. The true lesson of these items may be not how to obtain and wield ultimate power, but how to recognize when such power is offered, and possess the wisdom to refuse it in favor of more sustainable, and ultimately more fulfilling forms of accomplishment and growth. Chapter 9. The Plane of Magic. Beyond the familiar boundaries of the material plane lies a vast multiverse of realities, where the very nature of existence follows different rules, where the fundamental forces that mortals experience as separate phenomena, matter and energy, thought and substance, order and chaos, blend and separate in patterns that reveal the underlying architecture of all creation. These are the planes of magic, realms where the raw forces that power spellcasting exist in their purest forms, unfiltered by the stabilizing influence of material reality and unconstrained by the limitations that make magic safe for mortal use. To understand the true nature of magical power, one must journey beyond the comfortable boundaries of the mundane world, and explore these alien dimensions where magic is not merely a tool to be wielded, but the fundamental substance from which all reality is constructed. The planar cosmology that governs magical reality operates according to principles that challenge every assumption that material plane inhabitants hold about the nature of existence itself. Distance becomes meaningless when thought can transport consciousness across infinite voids in an instant. Time flows backward, forward, or not at all, according to the will of planar forces that recognize no distinction between past, present, and future. The very concepts of life and death, matter and void, self and other blur and merge in ways that drive unprepared minds to madness, while offering unprecedented insights to those capable of adapting to alien forms of existence. The elemental planes represent the most accessible of these magical realms, dimensions where the fundamental forces that give material reality its structure exist in pure, undiluted form. Yet even these seemingly familiar planes challenge mortal understanding through their alien interpretation of concepts that seem straightforward when experienced in the material plane's stabilized environment. The plane of fire burns with intensity that transcends mere heat and flame, embodying the principle of transformation and change in its most primal form. Here, fire is not simply a chemical reaction that consumes fuel and produces heat, but the living expression of passion, creativity, and the fundamental drive toward growth and transformation that powers all evolution and development. The flames that dance through this realm possess consciousness and will, forming complex societies and civilizations that exist in states of constant change and renewal. Visitors to the plane of fire discover that their magical abilities undergo profound transformation in this environment of pure elemental force. Spells that manipulate fire and heat become dramatically enhanced, achieving effects that would be impossible under normal circumstances. A simple flame cantrip might give birth to a sentient fire elemental, while more complex evocations can reshape entire regions of the plane according to the caster's will. Yet spells that depend on stability and permanence often fail entirely or produce unexpected results, as the plane's fundamental nature resists any attempt to impose static order upon its eternal dance of change and transformation. The psychological effects of extended exposure to the plane of fire prove as significant as its impact on magical abilities. The constant presence of transformative energy gradually alters the consciousness of visitors, making them more impulsive, passionate, and creative, while reducing their capacity for patient, methodical thought. Those who remain too long in this realm often find themselves unable to readjust to the slower pace and greater stability of material plane existence, becoming addicted to the constant stimulation and change that the elemental fire provides. The plane of water embodies the principles of flow, adaptation, and emotional depth that complement and balance fire's transformative passion. In this realm of infinite oceans and eternal tides, water exists not merely as a physical substance, but as the living expression of memory, intuition, and the deep emotional currents that connect all conscious beings across the vast distances of space and time. The magical effects produced within the plane of water take on characteristics that reflect the realm's fundamental nature. Divination spells become dramatically enhanced, allowing practitioners to perceive not only future possibilities, but the emotional and spiritual currents that influence their manifestation. Enchantment magic flows through this realm like water through a broken dam, creating effects that can influence entire populations across multiple planes of existence. Yet magic that depends on rigid structure and precise timing often becomes fluid and unpredictable, flowing around obstacles rather than confronting them directly. The consciousness-altering effects of the plane of water operate through subtle emotional and intuitive channels, rather than the dramatic psychological shifts produced by exposure to elemental fire. Visitors gradually develop enhanced empathy and emotional sensitivity, becoming more aware of the subtle connections that bind all conscious beings while losing some of their capacity for detached analytical thought. The boundary between self and other becomes increasingly permeable, creating both profound insights into the nature of consciousness and dangerous vulnerabilities to external emotional manipulation. The plane of Earth represents stability, endurance, and the patient accumulation of wisdom that comes from accepting the slow rhythms of geological time. In this realm of crystal mountains and metal forests, Earth exists as the living embodiment of memory and tradition, preserving the accumulated experience of ages in forms that can endure across eons of cosmic change. Magic cast within the plane of Earth gains permanence and stability that far exceeds what can be achieved in other planar environments. Transmutation spells can create changes that persist indefinitely, while abjuration magic can establish protective barriers that endure for centuries without requiring maintenance or renewal. Yet magic that depends on speed, flexibility, or sudden change often becomes sluggish and unreliable, as the plane's fundamental nature resists rapid transformation in favor of gradual, sustainable development. The psychological effects of extended exposure to the plane of Earth include enhanced patience, wisdom, and the ability to perceive long-term patterns and consequences that remain invisible to those trapped in the immediate concerns of material existence. Yet this expanded temporal perspective comes at the cost of reduced responsiveness to immediate threats and opportunities, creating a form of wisdom that may be too slow and deliberate to address rapidly changing situations. The plane of air embodies freedom, communication, and the restless movement of ideas and inspiration across infinite distances. In this realm of eternal winds and floating islands, air exists as the living expression of thought and creativity, carrying messages and influences between distant regions with speed that makes conventional concepts of distance and separation meaningless. Magic cast within the plane of air gains enhanced range and speed, allowing spells to affect targets across vast distances and enabling forms of communication and transportation that transcend normal limitations. Divination magic can perceive events occurring in distant planes and far future times, while conjuration spells can transport objects and beings across cosmic distances with minimal effort. Yet magic that requires focus and concentration often becomes scattered and difficult to control, as the plane's restless energy resists attempts to maintain sustained attention on any single task or goal. The consciousness-altering effects of the plane of air include enhanced creativity, inspiration, and the ability to perceive connections and patterns that remain hidden under normal circumstances. Yet this expanded awareness often comes at the cost of reduced ability to focus on practical details and immediate concerns, creating a form of enhanced consciousness that may be too abstract and philosophical to address concrete problems effectively. The interaction between the elemental planes creates transitional realms where multiple elemental forces blend and compete, producing environments that embody the dynamic tensions between opposing principles. The plane of steam, where fire and water meet, creates an environment of constant change and transformation, where the boundaries between solid, liquid, and gas become meaningless. The plane of magma, where fire and earth combine, represents the slow but inexorable power of geological transformation that can reshape entire worlds given sufficient time. These transitional planes offer unique opportunities for magical research and development, providing environments where different types of elemental magic can be studied in combination rather than isolation. Spells that draw upon multiple elemental sources often achieve enhanced effects in these realms, while the constant interaction between opposing forces creates natural laboratories for studying the fundamental principles that govern magical reality. Beyond the familiar territory of the elemental planes lie realms where magic takes on forms so alien that they challenge the basic categories that mortal minds use to organize and understand reality. The plane of dreams exists as a realm where thought becomes substance and desire shapes reality, according to principles that recognize no distinction between imagination and actuality. In this dimension, the collective unconscious of all sleeping minds creates a constantly shifting landscape of symbols, archetypes, and emotional experiences that reflect the deepest concerns and aspirations of conscious beings across all planes of existence. Magic cast within the plane of dreams operates according to the logic of symbolism and metaphor, rather than the cause and effect relationships that govern spellcasting in more stable realms. A healing spell might manifest as the appearance of a motherly figure who offers comfort and protection, while a destructive evocation could take the form of a nightmare that pursues its target through endless corridors of fear and anxiety. The effectiveness of magic in this realm depends not on technical precision, but on the caster's ability to work with archetypal symbols and unconscious associations that resonate with the deepest levels of consciousness. The plane of shadows exists as a dark reflection of the material plane, where all the positive energy and vital force that makes material existence possible has been drained away, leaving only the empty forms and hollow echoes of what once possessed life and meaning. This realm serves as a warning about the ultimate consequences of negative thinking and spiritual emptiness, demonstrating what reality becomes when all hope, joy, and creative potential are systematically eliminated. Magic cast within the plane of shadows becomes muted and diminished, producing effects that technically accomplish their intended purposes, while somehow failing to provide the satisfaction and fulfillment that normally accompanies successful spellcasting. Healing spells may close wounds and restore health, while leaving the recipient feeling emotionally drained and spiritually empty. Protective magic may provide effective defense against physical threats while creating a sense of isolation and disconnection from the warmth and support of community. The psychological effects of extended exposure to the plane of shadows include gradual loss of emotional range and vitality, as the realm's negative energy slowly drains away the positive emotions and aspirations that give life meaning and purpose. Visitors often report feeling increasingly detached from their normal concerns and relationships, viewing the world through a gray filter that eliminates both the highest joys and the deepest sorrows in favor of a numbing emotional flatness. The far realm exists beyond the boundaries of rational cosmology, representing a form of existence so alien that it cannot be adequately described using concepts derived from any known form of reality. This dimension operates according to principles that violate every assumption about the nature of space, time, causality, and consciousness that form the foundation of mortal understanding. Even brief exposure to the far realm can cause permanent damage to mortal minds, as consciousness attempts to process information that contradicts its most basic organizational structures. Magic cast within, or drawn from the far realm, produces effects that defy categorization according to conventional schools and spell levels. These aberrant magical phenomena often accomplish their apparent purposes, while creating side effects that spread chaos and madness through any reality, unfortunate enough to experience their influence. A simple divination spell, powered by far realm energy, might provide accurate information about future events, while simultaneously driving the caster insane and warping the fabric of space-time around them. The study of far realm magic represents one of the most dangerous forms of magical research, attracting scholars who seek knowledge that transcends the limitations of conventional understanding, while offering insights that may be literally incomprehensible to minds organized according to normal patterns of thought and perception. Those who pursue such research often undergo gradual transformation that makes them increasingly alien to their former colleagues and companions, developing abilities and perspectives that place them outside the boundaries of ordinary reality. The astral plane serves as the fundamental medium through which all planar travel and magical communication occurs, existing as a realm of pure thought and spiritual energy, where distance becomes meaningless and the normal limitations of physical existence simply do not apply. This dimension contains the silver cords that connect souls to their physical bodies during sleep and meditation, the psychic highways that enable telepathic communication across cosmic distances, and the essential pathways that allow consciousness to travel between different planes of existence. Magic cast within the astral plane gains enhanced range and speed, allowing spells to affect targets located in entirely different planes of existence, while enabling forms of magical communication that transcend all normal limitations of distance and dimensional barriers. Mental magic becomes particularly powerful in this environment, as the plane's fundamental nature amplifies and enhances all forms of psychic and telepathic ability. Yet the astral plane also poses unique dangers to unprepared travelers, as the realm's lack of material substance provides no protection against psychic predators and entities of pure mental energy that feed upon the life force and consciousness of visiting mortals. The Githyanki and Githzerai civilizations that inhabit this plane have developed sophisticated techniques for navigating its perils while exploiting its unique properties for magical and military purposes. The relationship between the various magical planes creates a complex ecosystem of cosmic forces that influences the development and expression of magical ability throughout the multiverse. Each plane contributes its own unique characteristics to the overall flow of magical energy, creating interference patterns, resonances, and combinations that produce the infinite variety of magical effects that practitioners can achieve. The alignment of different planes during specific cosmic events creates opportunities for enhanced magical effects that are impossible under normal circumstances. During these planar conjunctions, the boundaries between different realms become permeable, allowing magical practitioners to draw upon multiple sources of power simultaneously, while accessing knowledge and abilities that remain hidden during periods of normal planar separation. The study of planar magic requires practitioners to develop forms of consciousness and awareness that transcend the limitations of material plane existence, while maintaining sufficient connection to their original nature to avoid becoming lost in the alien perspectives that extended planar exposure inevitably produces. This delicate balance between exploration and preservation of identity represents one of the greatest challenges facing any magical practitioner who seeks to understand the deeper mysteries of cosmic reality. The development of planar magical traditions has produced schools of thought and practice that challenge conventional approaches to magical education and research. These traditions emphasize direct experience and consciousness expansion over theoretical knowledge and technical skill, recognizing that true understanding of planar magic requires fundamental changes in the practitioner's essential nature, rather than mere accumulation of information and technique. The ultimate goal of planar magical study is not simply to gain access to enhanced power or exotic abilities, but to develop the expanded consciousness and cosmic perspective necessary to understand the fundamental nature of reality itself. Those who achieve mastery in this field often report that the distinction between self and cosmos, between individual will and universal principles, becomes increasingly meaningless as their awareness expands to encompass the vast patterns and processes that govern all existence. In the end, the planes of magic serve as both laboratory and classroom for those who seek to understand the deepest mysteries of cosmic reality. They offer unlimited opportunities for growth and discovery while demanding prices that few are prepared to pay, and fewer still are capable of affording. The journey through these alien realms transforms not only the magical abilities of those who undertake it, but their fundamental understanding of what it means to exist as conscious beings in a universe far stranger and more wonderful than any material plane perspective could possibly comprehend. Chapter 10. Magical Catastrophes. History is written not only in the rise of great civilizations, but in their spectacular falls, and nowhere is this truth more vividly illustrated than in the catalogue of magical catastrophes that have shaped the development of arcane knowledge across the ages. These disasters, born from the fatal combination of unlimited ambition and insufficient wisdom, serve as cosmic punctuation marks in the long sentence of magical progress, moments when the accumulated hubris of entire civilizations reached critical mass and exploded into consequences that reshaped not merely kingdoms or empires, but the fundamental nature of reality itself. Each catastrophe carries within it the same tragic pattern: brilliant minds convinced of their own infallibility, power wielded without proper understanding of its true costs, and the terrible moment when theoretical knowledge meets practical reality, with results that no amount of learning could have anticipated or prevented. The pattern of magical catastrophe follows a rhythm as predictable as the seasons, though no less devastating for its familiarity. First comes the period of unprecedented achievement, when magical practitioners push beyond previously established boundaries and achieve results that seem to validate their growing confidence in their ability to master cosmic forces. This success breeds the arrogance that leads to the second phase, when reasonable caution gives way to reckless experimentation, and the pursuit of ever greater power becomes an end in itself, rather than a means to beneficial goals. The third phase brings the catastrophic failure that destroys not only the immediate practitioners, but entire civilizations built upon their magical achievements. Finally comes the period of recovery and reconstruction, when survivors attempt to rebuild their shattered world, while incorporating hard-won wisdom about the dangers of magical excess. The fall of Netheril stands as the archetypal magical catastrophe, a disaster so comprehensive and devastating that it has served as the ultimate cautionary tale for every generation of magical practitioners since. The empire that had achieved heights of magical accomplishment that seemed to place its rulers among the gods themselves was reduced to scattered ruins and bitter memories in a single day, when one man's attempt to steal divine power brought down not only his own civilization, but the entire system of magic that had made such achievements possible. Karsus, the archwizard, whose name became forever linked with Netheril's doom, embodied the fatal combination of genius and hubris that characterizes every magical catastrophe. Born into a civilization where the impossible had become routine, where floating cities sailed through endless skies, powered by magic so sophisticated that it seemed effortless, Karsus grew to maturity, believing that there were no limits to what magical knowledge could accomplish. The very existence of the gods seemed to him not a natural order to be respected, but a challenge to be overcome, a final barrier standing between mortal mages and their rightful destiny as masters of all creation. The spell that would forever bear his name and forever curse his memory represented the culmination of Netherese magical theory taken to its logical extreme. Karsus's avatar was designed to accomplish what no mortal had ever attempted: to steal the divine essence of a goddess and claim it for mortal use. The target he chose was Mistral herself, the deity who governed all magical power, believing in his supreme arrogance that by claiming her portfolio, he would gain dominion over every form of magic in existence. For one brief shining moment, his spell succeeded beyond his wildest dreams. The divine essence of the goddess flowed into his mortal frame, elevating him to heights of power and knowledge that no human consciousness had ever experienced. For that single, perfect instant, Karsus truly was a god, with all the cosmic awareness and unlimited authority that such status entailed. Yet in that same moment of ultimate triumph, he gained enough divine understanding to realize the true scope of his error and to comprehend that it was already far too late to undo what he had done. The death of Mistral sent shockwaves through the very foundations of reality as the weave convulsed and began to unravel. For a terrifying instant that seemed to stretch across eternity, all magic throughout the multiverse simply ceased to function, leaving practitioners powerless and magical constructs collapsing into mundane matter. The floating cities of Netheril, held aloft for centuries by perfectly controlled magical forces, suddenly found themselves subject once again to the harsh dictates of gravity and natural law. The fall of the cities was both literal and metaphorical, representing not merely the physical destruction of Netheril's greatest achievements, but the complete collapse of everything that the Empire had represented. Millions died in the initial catastrophe as tons of stone and metal crashed to Earth with the force of falling stars. But the true tragedy extended far beyond the immediate casualties to encompass the loss of magical knowledge accumulated over millennia of research and development. The libraries of Netheril contained scrolls and tomes that held the distilled wisdom of the greatest magical minds in history, repositories of knowledge that represented humanity's highest achievements in understanding and manipulating the forces of creation. All of this was lost in the space of a few hours, buried beneath tons of rubble or scattered to the winds as the floating cities disintegrated during their final descent. The magical traditions, experimental techniques, and theoretical frameworks that had enabled Netheril's unprecedented achievements vanished as completely as if they had never existed. Yet the physical destruction represented only the beginning of Netheril's true catastrophe. When Mystra arose to replace the fallen Mistral and restored the weave to functionality, she implemented fundamental changes designed to prevent any repetition of Karsus's folly. The most powerful spells, those of the 10th level and beyond that had been the exclusive province of Netherrealm's greatest archmages, were forever banned from mortal use, their knowledge locked away in divine vaults that no earthly power could breach. The survivors of Netherrealm's fall discovered that they had become not merely homeless but powerless, their magical abilities crippled by restrictions they could neither understand nor overcome. Those who had once commanded forces capable of reshaping continents found themselves reduced to casting simple cantrips and minor enchantments, their vast accumulated knowledge suddenly useless in a world where the fundamental rules of magic had been rewritten by divine decree. The spell plague represents a different category of magical catastrophe, one born not from mortal hubris, but from the chaotic forces unleashed when the careful balance of cosmic powers was violently disrupted. The assassination of Mystra during a period of divine conflict sent shockwaves through the entire magical system, creating a cascade of failures that transformed vast regions of reality into nightmare landscapes where natural law held no meaning and magical effects followed no predictable patterns. Unlike Netherrealm's fall, which was localized despite its cosmic significance, the spell plague affected the entire multiverse, creating plague-changed lands where the boundaries between different planes of existence became fluid and permeable. Cities found themselves partially phased into the Feywild or Shadowfell, their inhabitants experiencing the strange dual existence of living in multiple realities simultaneously. The careful magical systems that had governed civilized society for millennia broke down completely, replaced by chaotic forces that responded to emotion and will rather than structured spellcasting techniques. The plague-changed lands challenged every assumption that magical theorists had developed about the nature of reality itself. Plants grew into impossible geometries that hurt the mind to perceive. Animals developed magical abilities that defied classification within traditional schools, and even inanimate objects began to exhibit properties that seemed to change from moment to moment according to no discernible pattern. The fundamental distinction between the possible and impossible became meaningless in regions where reality itself had become fluid and malleable. The spell's card, those individuals who bore the permanent marks of exposure to spell plague energies, represented a new category of magical being that existing theories could not adequately explain. Their abilities transcended the traditional boundaries between schools of magic, often combining effects from multiple disciplines in ways that should have been impossible, according to established magical principles. Some could cast spells without components or preparation, others could manipulate reality through pure will, and still others gained access to magical effects that had no equivalent in the standard repertoire of known spells. The time of troubles brought a different form of magical catastrophe, one that revealed the fundamental dependence of magical civilization upon divine oversight and protection. When the gods were cast down from their celestial realms and forced to walk among mortals in avatar form, the careful balance that maintained magical stability across the planes began to unravel in ways that threatened the very foundations of organized society. Divine magic failed completely in many regions, as gods struggled to maintain their portfolios while trapped in mortal forms, leaving clerics and paladins powerless just when their abilities were most desperately needed. Arcane magic became wildly unpredictable as the weave fluctuated in response to divine turmoil, producing effects that bore little resemblance to their intended purposes. The dead rose spontaneously in vast numbers as the boundary between life and death weakened, while planar barriers became so permeable that creatures from alien dimensions began appearing randomly throughout the material world. The psychological impact of watching gods die as mortals proved as devastating as any physical destruction. The revelation that divine beings could be killed, that the eternal powers who had seemed beyond all mortal concerns were actually vulnerable to the same forces that threatened ordinary mortals, shattered fundamental assumptions about the nature of cosmic order and divine authority. Many lost their faith entirely, while others became fanatic followers, of whichever gods managed to survive the cosmic upheaval. The War of the Spider Queen demonstrated how magical catastrophe could emerge from the intersection of divine politics and mortal ambition, as the temporary silence of Lolth created a power vacuum that ambitious drow houses attempted to fill through increasingly desperate magical experiments. The underground city of Menzoberranzan became a laboratory for forbidden magical practices, as priestesses and wizards sought new sources of power to replace their lost divine connections. The magical experiments conducted during this period pushed the boundaries of acceptable practice far beyond traditional limits, incorporating techniques from necromancy, demon summoning, and other forbidden arts in combinations that created entirely new categories of magical horror. The attempt to create artificial divine power through magical means resulted in the manifestation of entities that possessed some attributes of godhood, while lacking the wisdom and restraint that normally characterized divine consciousness. These pseudo-divine beings, born from desperation and sustained by increasingly terrible sacrifices, created zones of corrupted reality, where normal magical and physical laws ceased to function. The areas around their manifestations became twisted landscapes, where the fundamental nature of existence reflected the chaotic and malevolent consciousness of their artificial creators, serving as warnings about the consequences of attempting to create divinity through purely magical means. The Sundering represented a form of magical catastrophe that emerged from the attempt to repair previous disasters through divine intervention. The gods' effort to restore cosmic balance and repair the damage caused by the spell plague created secondary effects that were almost as devastating as the original disaster, demonstrating that even well-intentioned attempts to fix magical problems could generate unexpected consequences of catastrophic proportions. The process of separating the plague-changed lands from normal reality required divine power on a scale that had not been exercised since the original creation of the multiverse, and the cosmic forces unleashed by this process created ripple effects that altered the fundamental nature of magical reality throughout the planes. Entire continents shifted position, ancient ruins appeared or disappeared without explanation, and the flow of magical energy through the weave was permanently altered in ways that continue to influence spellcasting effectiveness to this day. The reality storms that accompanied the Sundering created temporary zones where multiple versions of reality existed simultaneously, allowing travelers to witness alternate versions of historical events and even encounter alternate versions of themselves from timelines where different choices have been made. These temporal anomalies provided disturbing glimpses into the fragile nature of reality itself, demonstrating that the stable world that mortals took for granted was actually one of countless possible configurations that cosmic forces could reshape or replace at any moment. The pattern of magical catastrophe reveals consistent factors that transcend the specific circumstances of individual disasters. Every major magical catastrophe has involved the pursuit of power that exceeded the practitioner's wisdom and moral development, the rejection of traditional limitations and safeguards in favor of unprecedented achievement, and the fatal assumption that understanding cosmic principles grants the right to manipulate them without consideration for broader consequences. The tendency toward magical catastrophe appears to be built into the very nature of magical progress itself, as each generation of practitioners builds upon the achievements of their predecessors, while gradually losing sight of the hard-won wisdom that previous catastrophes were meant to teach. The safeguards and limitations that seem overly restrictive to confident practitioners are often the only barriers standing between magical civilization and complete destruction. The study of historical catastrophes reveals that warning signs almost always precede major disasters, but these signs are typically ignored or rationalized away by practitioners who have become too invested in their projects to acknowledge the growing dangers. The gradual increase in magical accidents, the appearance of unexpected side effects from routine spells, and the growing instability of previously reliable magical systems all serve as indicators that the magical community is approaching dangerous territory. Yet the same confidence and ambition that drives magical progress also creates psychological blind spots that make practitioners unable to recognize or respond appropriately to mounting evidence of impending disaster. The very success that enables major magical achievements also generates the arrogance that leads to catastrophic failure, creating a tragic irony in which the highest accomplishments of magical civilization become the seeds of its own destruction. The aftermath of magical catastrophes consistently demonstrates both the resilience and fragility of magical civilization. While catastrophic failures can destroy specific nations or empires, the fundamental knowledge and techniques that enable magical practice typically survive in fragmentary form, preserved by scattered survivors who rebuild their understanding over generations of careful study and experimentation. This process of recovery and rebuilding often leads to important advances in magical safety and theory, as survivors incorporate hard-won wisdom about the dangers of unconstrained magical development into new educational traditions and institutional safeguards. The restrictions and limitations that characterize post-catastrophe magical systems reflect genuine understanding of the forces that led to previous disasters, even when such restrictions seem arbitrary or overly cautious to later generations. Yet the cyclical nature of magical catastrophe suggests that no safeguards can permanently prevent the recurrence of similar disasters. Each generation of magical practitioners faces the same fundamental choice between accepting traditional limitations and pursuing unprecedented achievements, and the same psychological factors that led to previous catastrophes continue to influence contemporary magical development. The true lesson of magical catastrophe may be not how to prevent such disasters entirely, but how to minimize their scope and severity when they inevitably occur. The development of more distributed magical systems, the creation of independent backup repositories for crucial knowledge, and the establishment of international protocols for responding to magical emergencies all represent practical approaches to reducing the civilizational impact of individual catastrophic failures. In the end, magical catastrophes serve as necessary corrections to the trajectory of magical development, cosmic mechanisms that prevent any single magical tradition or civilization from accumulating power beyond the capacity of mortal wisdom to manage safely. They represent the universe's method of enforcing humility upon those who would claim dominion over forces greater than themselves, reminding each generation that ultimate power remains the province of cosmic forces that transcend mortal understanding and control. Chapter 11. Modern Magic. From the ashes of catastrophe comes wisdom, and from wisdom comes a new understanding of what magic can and should be. In a world that has witnessed both the heights of arcane achievement and the depths of magical disaster, the modern era of magical practice stands as a testament to the resilience of mortal curiosity and the hard-won lessons learned through centuries of triumph and tragedy, representing not merely a continuation of ancient traditions, but a fundamental evolution in how practitioners approach the eternal mysteries of cosmic power. This new age of magic is characterized by caution tempered with innovation, humility balanced against ambition, and a deep appreciation for the interconnectedness of all magical phenomena that previous eras had often overlooked in their pursuit of ever greater individual achievement. The magical institutions that emerged from the ruins of previous catastrophes reflect a profound shift in philosophical approach, abandoning the hierarchical structures and competitive individualism that had characterized earlier magical academies in favor of collaborative networks that emphasize shared responsibility and collective wisdom. These new institutions recognize that the greatest magical achievements require not the brilliance of isolated geniuses, but the coordinated efforts of diverse practitioners working together toward common goals, while maintaining careful oversight of each other's research and development. The modern magical academy operates more as a living ecosystem than a traditional school, bringing together practitioners from multiple disciplines and philosophical traditions to create environments where different approaches to magical understanding can cross-pollinate and evolve. Students are encouraged to develop expertise in multiple areas rather than specializing narrowly in single schools or traditions, while faculty members collaborate across traditional boundaries to address complex magical problems that no single approach could solve effectively. This interdisciplinary emphasis has led to remarkable innovations in magical theory and practice, producing hybrid techniques that combine insights from previously separate traditions while avoiding the dangers associated with any single approach taken to extremes. Spellcrafting has become a collaborative art form, with teams of specialists working together to develop new magical effects that incorporate safeguards and fail-safe mechanisms designed to prevent catastrophic failures even when spells are pushed beyond their normal operational parameters. The development of magical safety protocols represents one of the most significant advances in contemporary magical practice, reflecting hard-won understanding of the factors that contribute to catastrophic failures and the institutional mechanisms necessary to prevent their recurrence. Modern magical research operates under strict guidelines that require independent verification of experimental results, collaborative review of potentially dangerous research, and the establishment of multiple backup systems designed to contain or neutralize magical effects that exceed safe parameters. These safety protocols extend beyond mere technical procedures to encompass psychological and spiritual safeguards, designed to identify and address the character flaws and mental states that contribute to magical disasters. Regular psychological evaluation of advanced practitioners, mandatory counseling for those showing signs of dangerous ambition or moral deterioration, and the establishment of support networks to help practitioners maintain healthy perspectives on their work, all represent innovations that previous magical traditions had neglected to their eventual cost. The modern understanding of magical theory incorporates insights gained from centuries of catastrophic failures, producing a more nuanced and sophisticated appreciation for the complex interactions between different types of magical force and the unintended consequences that can emerge from seemingly routine magical operations. Contemporary magical education emphasizes systems thinking over reductionist approaches, teaching students to consider the broader implications of their magical work and to anticipate potential side effects that might not become apparent until long after spells have been cast. This holistic approach to magical understanding has led to the development of new analytical techniques that allow practitioners to model the long-term consequences of magical interventions before implementing them in practice. Magical ecology has emerged as a distinct field of study, examining how different types of magical activity interact with natural systems and each other to produce emergent effects that can persist for generations after the original magical work has been completed. The integration of mundane sciences with magical research represents another significant innovation in contemporary magical practice, reflecting recognition that magic operates within natural systems rather than standing apart from them. Modern magical researchers collaborate regularly with astronomers, meteorologists, botanists, and scholars from other mundane disciplines to develop more complete understanding of how magical and natural forces interact to shape the world in which all beings must live. This scientific approach to magical research has produced important advances in understanding the relationship between magical practice and environmental health, leading to the development of sustainable magical techniques that work with natural systems rather than against them. The wasteful and destructive magical practices that characterized earlier eras have been largely replaced by approaches that seek to minimize environmental impact while maximizing beneficial outcomes. The emergence of practical magic as a distinct tradition represents a philosophical shift away from the pursuit of ultimate power toward the development of magical techniques that can improve the quality of life for ordinary people while remaining safely within established limits. Practitioners of practical magic focus on solving everyday problems through magical means, developing spells and techniques that can enhance agriculture, improve public health, facilitate communication and transportation, and address other mundane concerns that previous magical traditions had often considered beneath their notice. This democratization of magical knowledge has led to the widespread distribution of basic magical education throughout populations that had previously been excluded from such training, creating a broader base of magical literacy that serves as a foundation for more advanced study while reducing the dangerous concentration of magical knowledge in the hands of small elite groups. Village-wise women learn basic healing magic alongside traditional herbal remedies. Farmers study weatherworking techniques that complement conventional agricultural methods, and crafters develop magical enhancements for their tools and products that improve quality while reducing labor requirements. The development of defensive magical traditions reflects contemporary recognition that the greatest magical achievement may be not the creation of new effects, but the prevention of harmful ones. Modern defensive magic extends far beyond simple protective spells to encompass comprehensive systems for detecting, containing, and neutralizing magical threats before they can cause significant damage. These systems operate at multiple levels, from individual protective techniques that shield practitioners from magical accidents to institutional protocols designed to respond effectively to magical emergencies. The establishment of magical monitoring networks represents one of the most ambitious defensive projects in contemporary magical practice, creating systems for tracking magical activity across large geographic areas and identifying patterns that might indicate developing problems or emerging threats. These networks combine technological and magical sensing techniques to provide early warning of dangerous magical developments while maintaining appropriate respect for the privacy and autonomy of legitimate magical practitioners. Regulatory magic has emerged as a specialized field focused on developing techniques for controlling and moderating magical effects, rather than simply creating them, reflecting understanding that the ability to limit magical power may be as important as the ability to generate it. Practitioners in this field develop methods for imposing temporal limits on magical effects, creating graduated responses that allow magic to be applied with precision rather than overwhelming force, and establishing feedback mechanisms that automatically adjust magical effects based on changing circumstances. The study of magical ethics has evolved from a minor philosophical concern to a central component of magical education, reflecting recognition that technical competence without moral development inevitably leads to catastrophic outcomes. Contemporary magical ethics curricula examine not only the immediate consequences of specific magical actions, but the long-term implications of different approaches to magical practice and the character traits that enable practitioners to use power responsibly rather than destructively. This ethical emphasis has led to the development of new approaches to magical advancement that prioritize wisdom and character development alongside technical skill, ensuring that practitioners develop the moral foundation necessary to handle increased power responsibly. Advancement through the ranks of modern magical institutions requires demonstration of ethical reasoning ability and commitment to serving the common good, rather than merely technical proficiency in spellcasting techniques. The integration of different cultural magical traditions represents another significant innovation in contemporary practice, reflecting understanding that no single cultural approach to magic contains all necessary insights, and that the synthesis of different traditions can produce approaches that are both more effective and safer than any individual tradition alone. Modern magical institutions actively seek to incorporate wisdom from diverse cultural backgrounds, creating truly international approaches to magical education and research. This cultural integration has revealed important insights about the relationship between magical practice and social structures, demonstrating that different types of magical traditions flourish under different social conditions, that the health of magical practice depends as much on the broader cultural context as on specific technical factors. The collaborative magical traditions that characterize contemporary practice require social institutions that support cooperation and mutual respect rather than competition and hierarchy. The development of restorative magic represents a specialized field focused on repairing damage caused by previous magical disasters and restoring natural systems that have been disrupted by inappropriate magical intervention. Practitioners in this field work to heal plague-changed lands, neutralize persistent magical contamination, and restore stability to areas where wild magic or other chaotic forces have disrupted normal patterns of natural and magical development. This restorative work requires deep understanding of both magical and natural systems, as well as the patience and humility necessary to work with complex systems over extended periods rather than seeking immediate dramatic results. Restorative magic practitioners often spend decades working to repair damage that was caused in moments, demonstrating the timescales on which responsible magical practice must operate to achieve lasting beneficial results. The emergence of preventive magic reflects growing understanding that avoiding magical problems is generally more effective than solving them after they have already developed. Practitioners in this field focus on identifying conditions that contribute to magical instability and developing interventions that can address these conditions before they lead to catastrophic failures. This work requires sophisticated understanding of the complex factors that influence magical stability and the ability to implement subtle interventions that guide natural processes toward more stable configurations. Preventive magic often operates at the intersection between magical and mundane approaches to problem solving, using magical techniques to enhance natural systems rather than replacing them with purely magical alternatives. This approach has proven particularly effective in addressing environmental problems, where magical enhancement of natural processes can achieve results that neither purely magical nor purely mundane approaches could accomplish alone. The study of magical history has evolved from mere scholarly interest to an essential component of contemporary magical practice, reflecting recognition that understanding the patterns of previous magical development is crucial for avoiding repetition of past mistakes. Modern magical historians work closely with active practitioners to identify historical precedents for contemporary magical problems and to extract practical guidance from past successes and failures. This historical perspective has revealed recurring patterns in magical development that transcend specific cultural and technological contexts, providing insights into the universal factors that contribute to magical success or failure. The cyclical nature of magical innovation and catastrophe has become recognized as a fundamental feature of magical development rather than an unfortunate accident, leading to the development of strategies for managing these cycles constructively rather than being victimized by them. The integration of artistic traditions with magical practice represents another significant innovation in contemporary magic, reflecting understanding that creativity and aesthetic sensitivity are essential components of effective magical work, rather than mere decorative additions. Modern magical education incorporates training in various art forms alongside technical magical instruction, recognizing that the ability to perceive and create beauty is intimately connected to the ability to work effectively with magical forces. This artistic integration has led to the development of new forms of magical expression that blur the boundaries between spells and artistic performances, creating magical works that serve both practical and aesthetic purposes, while demonstrating the fundamental unity between different forms of creative expression. Magical art installations, spell songs, and ritual dances have all emerged as legitimate forms of magical practice that contribute to both magical knowledge and cultural enrichment. The development of therapeutic magic represents a specialized application of magical knowledge to addressing psychological and spiritual problems that conventional magical healing cannot adequately address. Practitioners in this field work with individuals who have been damaged by exposure to inappropriate magical influences, helping them recover their psychological balance and spiritual integrity while developing resistance to future magical contamination. Therapeutic magic requires deep understanding of the relationship between consciousness and magical force, as well as the ability to work with subtle energies that influence mental and emotional states, without overwhelming the patient's natural healing mechanisms. This work often involves helping patients develop their own magical abilities as a form of empowerment rather than dependence, creating long-term resilience rather than temporary relief. The emergence of constitutional magic reflects growing recognition that the governance structures and social institutions that shape magical practice are themselves legitimate subjects for magical enhancement and optimization. Practitioners in this field work to develop magical techniques that can improve decision-making processes, enhance communication between different groups, and create institutional structures that are more resilient and adaptive than purely mundane alternatives. This work requires sophisticated understanding of social dynamics and group psychology, as well as the ability to implement magical changes that enhance rather than replace natural social processes. Constitutional magic practitioners often work as consultants to governments and other large organizations, helping them develop more effective approaches to managing complex social and technical challenges. In the end, modern magic represents not a rejection of past magical traditions, but their evolution and refinement through the incorporation of hard-won wisdom about the dangers and limitations of magical practice. The contemporary magical community has learned to balance ambition with humility, innovation with safety, and individual achievement with collective responsibility, creating approaches to magical practice that offer unprecedented opportunities for beneficial development, while maintaining appropriate respect for the cosmic forces that make such development possible. Chapter 12. The Future of Power. As we stand at the threshold between what has been and what might yet come to pass, the long chronicle of magical history spreads before us, like a vast tapestry woven from threads of triumph and tragedy, wisdom and folly, the brightest aspirations of mortal consciousness, and the darkest consequences of unchecked ambition. The patterns that emerge from this cosmic weaving reveal truths that transcend the specific circumstances of any single age or civilization, speaking to fundamental questions about the nature of power itself and the eternal tension between the desire to transcend mortal limitations and the responsibility to use such transcendence wisely. In contemplating the future of magical practice, we must first understand that we are not witnessing the linear progression of knowledge towards some ultimate goal, but rather participating in an eternal cycle of discovery and destruction, creation and catastrophe that reflects the deepest rhythms of cosmic existence itself. The question of what the future holds for magical practice cannot be answered by simply extrapolating from current trends or technological developments, for magic operates according to principles that transcend the mechanical progression of mundane knowledge. The history of magic reveals that the most significant advances often emerge not from gradual accumulation of understanding, but from sudden paradigm shifts that fundamentally alter how practitioners perceive and interact with cosmic forces. These transformative moments typically arise from the intersection of multiple factors: accumulated knowledge reaching critical mass, social conditions that support innovation, and the emergence of individuals capable of synthesizing disparate insights into new unified approaches. Yet the same pattern that enables revolutionary advancement also contains the seeds of eventual catastrophic failure, as each new level of magical achievement creates new opportunities for hubris and overreach. The civilizations that achieve the greatest magical heights also face the greatest temptations to push beyond the boundaries of wisdom and restraint, ultimately creating the conditions for their own spectacular downfall. This cyclical pattern suggests that the future of magic will not be characterized by steady progress towards some ultimate achievement, but by continuing oscillation between periods of advancement and periods of catastrophic correction. The contemporary era offers unique opportunities for breaking or at least moderating this destructive cycle through the development of institutional safeguards and cultural values that prioritize long-term sustainability over immediate achievement. The hard-won wisdom gained from previous catastrophes has produced a generation of magical practitioners who understand, at least intellectually, the dangers of unlimited magical development and the importance of maintaining appropriate humility in the face of cosmic forces that transcend mortal comprehension. Yet intellectual understanding of these dangers may prove insufficient to prevent their recurrence when confronted with the intoxicating appeal of unprecedented power and the pressures created by competitive magical development. The same psychological factors that led previous generations to ignore warning signs and rationalize increasingly dangerous magical practices continue to influence contemporary practitioners, creating an ongoing tension between the wisdom of restraint and the allure of unlimited possibility. The development of international magical cooperation represents one of the most promising approaches to managing these dangers constructively, creating oversight mechanisms that transcend individual national or cultural boundaries, while maintaining respect for diverse approaches to magical practice. These international institutions offer the possibility of preventing any single magical tradition from accumulating power beyond safe limits, while enabling the beneficial exchange of knowledge and techniques among different magical communities. Yet the success of such international cooperation depends ultimately on the willingness of individual magical practitioners and their supporting institutions to subordinate immediate interests to long-term collective welfare, a form of enlightened self-interest that has proven difficult to maintain when faced with immediate pressures and opportunities. The history of international cooperation in other spheres suggests that such arrangements remain fragile and subject to breakdown during periods of crisis or competition. The emergence of new forms of magical consciousness represents perhaps the most significant long-term trend in contemporary magical development, reflecting fundamental changes in how practitioners perceive their relationship to cosmic forces and their responsibility for the consequences of their magical work. These emerging forms of consciousness integrate insights from multiple magical traditions while incorporating ethical frameworks that prioritize collective welfare over individual advancement. This evolution of magical consciousness appears to be driven by recognition that the traditional model of individual magical achievement is inherently unstable and ultimately self-defeating, leading inevitably to the accumulation of power beyond any individual's capacity to wield responsibly. The new consciousness emphasizes distributed approaches to magical development that share both power and responsibility among networks of practitioners, rather than concentrating either in the hands of individual masters. The integration of magical and mundane knowledge systems offers another avenue for future magical development that may prove more sustainable than purely magical approaches to power accumulation. This integration recognizes that magical forces operate within natural systems rather than standing apart from them, and that the most effective magical interventions are those that work with natural processes rather than attempting to override or replace them. This ecological approach to magical practice requires practitioners to develop much broader knowledge bases than traditional magical education provided, incorporating understanding of natural sciences, social dynamics, and systems theory alongside conventional magical techniques. The resulting magical practice is necessarily more modest and incremental than the dramatic interventions that characterized earlier magical traditions, but also more sustainable and less prone to catastrophic failure. The democratization of magical knowledge represents a fundamental shift away from the elite-centered magical traditions that dominated previous eras, creating opportunities for much broader participation in magical practice while reducing the dangerous concentration of power that has characterized most historical magical catastrophes. This democratization is facilitated by developments in magical education and communication that make basic magical knowledge accessible to much larger populations than ever before. Yet this broader distribution of magical knowledge also creates new challenges and dangers, as larger populations of magical practitioners increase both the likelihood of individual errors and the potential for cumulative effects that no single practitioner anticipates or intends. The management of distributed magical practice requires new forms of coordination and oversight that balance individual autonomy with collective responsibility in ways that previous magical traditions never needed to address. The exploration of consciousness itself as a fundamental magical force offers perhaps the most profound opportunities for future magical development, reflecting growing recognition that the distinction between the observer and the observed, between the magical practitioner and the forces they seek to manipulate, may be more artificial than previously understood. This exploration suggests that the ultimate magical achievement may not be the acquisition of external power, but the development of enhanced consciousness that transcends the limitations of ordinary perception and understanding. This consciousness-based approach to magical development requires fundamental changes in how magical education and practice are structured, emphasizing contemplative and meditative techniques alongside traditional spellcasting instruction. while developing new theoretical frameworks that can accommodate the paradoxes and contradictions that emerge from deep investigation of consciousness itself. The development of truly sustainable magical practices represents perhaps the greatest challenge facing future magical practitioners, requiring the creation of magical systems that can operate indefinitely without depleting the resources upon which they depend, or creating cumulative effects that threaten long-term stability. This sustainability challenge extends beyond immediate environmental concerns to encompass the psychological and spiritual resources of practitioners themselves, recognizing that unsustainable magical practice ultimately depletes the consciousness and character of those who engage in it. The achievement of magical sustainability requires fundamental changes in how practitioners conceptualize their relationship to power and success, abandoning models based on accumulation and domination in favor of approaches that emphasize harmony, balance, and the enhancement of natural processes rather than their replacement. This shift represents not merely a technical challenge, but a profound transformation of values and priorities that touches upon the deepest questions of what magical practice should ultimately seek to accomplish. The possibility of contact with genuinely alien forms of consciousness represents an unknown factor in future magical development that could either accelerate human magical evolution or create challenges beyond current comprehension. The far realm and other dimensions populated by entities whose consciousness operates according to principles fundamentally different from human thought offer both opportunities for expanding magical understanding and dangers that current knowledge cannot adequately assess. The preparation for such contact requires the development of magical traditions robust enough to maintain their integrity when confronted with alien perspectives, while remaining flexible enough to incorporate genuinely beneficial insights that transcend current understanding. This preparation involves not merely technical magical development, but the cultivation of wisdom and character sufficient to navigate encounters with forms of consciousness that may be simultaneously more and less than human. The question of whether magical practice will ultimately lead to the transcendence of human nature, or to its enhancement and fulfillment, represents one of the deepest philosophical challenges facing future magical development. Some magical traditions suggest that the ultimate goal of magical practice is to transcend the limitations and conditions that define human existence, achieving a form of consciousness that no longer requires physical embodiment or ordinary forms of social relationship. Yet other traditions argue that the highest magical achievement is not the abandonment of human nature, but its complete fulfillment, the development of capabilities and perspectives that realize the full potential inherent in human consciousness without requiring the abandonment of the essential characteristics that make human existence meaningful and valuable. The resolution of this tension may determine whether future magical development enhances human civilization or ultimately replaces it with something that, however magnificent, no longer bears any meaningful relationship to the values and experiences that make human life worth living. The choice between transcendence and fulfillment represents not merely a technical decision about magical goals, but a fundamental question about what human beings should aspire to become. The role of failure and limitation in magical development presents another fundamental question for future magical practice, challenging practitioners to understand whether the obstacles and constraints that have shaped magical history represent temporary barriers to be overcome, or essential features of reality that serve important functions in maintaining cosmic balance and promoting sustainable development. The history of magical catastrophe suggests that limitations may serve necessary functions in preventing the accumulation of power beyond the capacity of mortal consciousness to handle responsibly, and that attempts to transcend all limitations may be inherently self-defeating. Yet the drive to overcome obstacles and transcend limitations has also been the source of magical advancement that has brought tremendous benefits to civilizations capable of achieving sustainable magical practice. Future of magical practice may depend on developing wisdom sufficient to distinguish between limitations that should be transcended and those that should be respected, between obstacles that represent genuine barriers to beneficial development and those that serve essential protective functions. This discrimination requires not merely technical knowledge, but the kind of deep wisdom that can only be developed through extensive experience and careful reflection on the patterns revealed by magical history. The relationship between individual magical achievement and collective welfare represents an ongoing challenge that will likely shape future magical development as much as it has influenced past magical traditions. The tension between personal ambition and social responsibility has been a constant theme throughout magical history, creating cycles of individual advancement followed by social catastrophe that have prevented the establishment of truly stable magical civilizations. Future magical development may require the creation of new forms of individual fulfillment that are inherently aligned with collective welfare, rather than potentially opposed to it. Approaches to magical practice that enhance individual capabilities while simultaneously strengthening the communities and ecosystems within which individual practitioners must live and work. The achievement of this alignment between individual and collective good represents perhaps the greatest challenge facing future magical development, requiring not merely technical innovations, but fundamental changes in how magical practitioners understand their relationship to the broader web of existence, of which they are part. As we contemplate the vast expanse of possibility that stretches before us, we must remember that the future of magic will be determined not by abstract forces or inevitable trends, but by the choices made by individual practitioners in specific moments of decision and action. Each choice to pursue power or wisdom, to prioritize individual advancement or collective welfare, to respect limitations or attempt to transcend them, contributes to the overall trajectory of magical development and helps determine whether future generations will inherit a legacy of sustainable magical wisdom or repeat the tragic cycles that have characterized so much of magical history. The responsibility that comes with this recognition is both humbling and inspiring, reminding us that we are not merely observers of magical development, but active participants whose decisions will shape the magical inheritance of future generations. The choices we make in our own magical practice, the values we embody in our relationships with power and knowledge, and the wisdom we develop through our encounters with cosmic forces, all contribute to determining what magical practice will become in ages yet to come. In the end, the future of power lies not in the mastery of cosmic forces, but in the mastery of ourselves, not in the accumulation of unlimited capabilities, but in the development of wisdom sufficient to use whatever capabilities we possess in service of goals worthy of the tremendous responsibility that magical power inevitably brings. The greatest magical achievement may ultimately prove to be not the transcendence of human limitations, but the fulfillment of human potential in ways that honor both the magnificent possibilities and the essential constraints that define our place in the cosmic order. The eternal cycle of discovery and destruction that has characterized magical history need not continue indefinitely if future practitioners can develop the wisdom and restraint necessary to break free from the patterns of hubris and catastrophe that have trapped previous generations. Yet this liberation requires not the abandonment of magical ambition, but its transformation into forms that serve life and growth, rather than domination and control. The future of magic remains unwritten, a story whose ending will be determined by the collective choices of all who choose to walk the paths of power in ages yet to come. Whether that story concludes in transcendent wisdom or tragic repetition depends ultimately on whether future practitioners can learn to wield power, not as masters seeking to impose their will upon reality, but as gardeners seeking to nurture the growth of consciousness and compassion throughout all the realms of existence.